Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
All right, just get my screen up here. Right. Can you see is it the full slide or like the presentation mode slide?
It's like we can see your notes.
Okay, try again. How's that?
Good. It says shared content is fit to your screen. It looks a little bit like
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's try one more time.
Okay.
And can you hear me all right? Am I coming loud enough?
Yep, you're loud and clear.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. All right. So I'm Carolyn Marshall. We have two Carolyns at the Federation. So you probably know Carolyn Vanden Heuvel, but I am the second Carolyn. So I am the Environment and Climate Change Manager. So I'm in charge of all of our environmental programs. So that includes the Environmental Farm Plan, Species at Risk, and most recently the Living Labs, which is what I'll be talking about today in the context of how we can use Living Labs and this particular Living Lab project as a tool in the fight against climate change. So I'll start with just some general info that we gathered around farmers' opinions around climate change. So when we were submitting our proposal for the Living Lab project, we set out a survey to get kind of a benchmark of where the agricultural community was at in terms of climate change, its opinions of climate change, and the different management practices that can be used in the fight against climate change. So we found that, so we asked farmers questions and asked if they agreed or disagreed. So one statement was that farmers have an important role in mitigating climate change. So the green sections, the dark green is strongly agree and the light green is agree. So the majority of respondents agreed that farmers do play a role in mitigating climate change. And I'll just to emphasize the word mitigating. So that means that we are trying to slow climate change down, help counteract the causes of climate change so it doesn't happen. We don't have as much and not as fast. And that's opposed to adapting to climate change, which I'll talk about both of those things today. But adapting means that we know even with all of the mitigation strategies, we're still going to see the impacts of climate change. So we do need to adapt to those changes as well. So both of those things play a role here. Another statement we asked was farm management decisions contribute to climate change. And again, the majority of people who answered agreed or strongly agreed. Even bigger proportion agreed that certain management practices can mitigate future climate change. So the actions that are taken on farm can help with that mitigation process. And also that farmers can reduce their environmental impact without lowering productivity. So while most respondents still agreed with that statement, it was a much lower proportion. So there is concern out there that some of these practices that can be used in the fight against climate change will negatively impact farm productivity. So that is something that we are looking at as part of the Living Lab. What are the actual impacts of some of these practices on productivity? And then we asked about the timeline of climate change. And so about 80% of the respondents said that they are already seeing the impacts of climate change. And then the second biggest chunk said they expect to see the changes in the next 2 to 5 years. So this survey was done in the fall of 2021. So it was before Fiona. So there might even be higher responses now if we ask this question, because we are seeing those impacts. So while it's encouraging that farmers see themselves playing a role in the fight against climate change, and also that it's discouraging that we're already seeing the impacts of climate change. It is affecting farming. Farmers are noticing that, but I think those two things together make it a really great time to focus on these initiatives. And there are a lot of different initiatives. The Living Lab is just one of ways that agriculture can help in the fight against climate change. And like I said, also become more adapted to the changes that we are already seeing. So some of those changes are periods of not enough water, and then also periods of too much water. So I think in all of the global models, Nova Scotia is supposed to get overall more precipitation with the effects of climate change. We're going to become wetter overall, but that doesn't mean we still won't have periods of not enough water. So falling into that kind of extreme weather, we're seeing, increased strength of storms, increased frequency. So sometimes that water comes all at once and it can be really hard to manage. And then it can still be followed by not enough water another time. And then with the increase of temperatures, we're seeing, migrating insects and diseases. So those changing and increasing disease pressures, and that's coupled with, especially recently, the increased input costs to help deal with those. So those are all of the, not all of, but some of the impacts of climate change that we see in agriculture. So my favorite topic is soil. So I am here to champion soil as a climate change tool, and I'll tell you why. So I think soil is amazing in this aspect. So soil can store a lot of carbon, which we don't want to put into the atmosphere, which can help mitigate climate change. But at the same time, adding that carbon into the soil makes agricultural systems more resilient to the effects of climate change. So it does both of those things at the same time. It mitigates and adapts. So I'm sure a lot of you went to the AC and you took, Soil 101. I think it's Introduction to Soil Management. So maybe you've seen this kind of breakdown. So if you're holding soil in your hands, there's lots of empty space in there, and that can be filled with air and water. There's lots of holes and structure. And then the other half is the solid part. And so most of that is the minerals, the clay and the sand particles. But then anywhere it can be more or less, but around 5% of that is made up of organic matter. And that's where our carbon is. So it comes from living material, or once was living material, that makes up that fraction of the organic matter. And even though it's a small part of the total soil, it has a huge impact on a lot of soil properties. So, you get that dark, rich soil, the more organic matter you have. It increases soil structure, so it helps make those aggregates and clumps, so you get more pores and better soil structure. And all of those things are really important to the function of soil. So healthy soil is functioning well, and there are a ton of functions that we get out of soil. So that organic matter can absorb water, so it can hold on to it and then release it in those periods where we don't have enough water. So it can help make crops more resistant to periods of drought. And at the same time, it also increases water infiltration by creating that structure in those pores. So when we do get a lot of water, it's not rushing off the soil surface, causing erosion. It's penetrating down into the soil. That structure also makes the soil stronger. So when it does rain or if it's windy, it can help resist erosion. The organic matter is food for organisms, so you can create a more biodiverse soil system. There is some evidence that can help reduce pest outbreaks, kind of keep different pest populations in check. So that can be really helpful. And then as that biodiversity is eating the organic matter, they break it down and release nutrients that plants can take up into the soil. So it can be a source of nutrients. And then all around that helps make the soil more resilient. So we know there's going to be still disturbances, there's going to be storms. Some of the functions may be lost, but healthy soil is more resilient. So those functions can come back faster after that disturbance. And if you ever, again, back to intro soil, hopefully you've seen a diagram like this. I know when I taught it, I showed the students this. So this just shows the different pockets or pools of carbon that are out there. So it's a really huge unit. I think it's like pentagrams, there's like 10 or 15 zeros. But so the atmosphere, which is where we're worried about having too much carbon, has about 750 units of carbon, whereas the soil, so just the surface soil, has 1,500. So the soil can hold twice as much carbon as the atmosphere. And this is good news because we know there's room in the soil to hold carbon because we have historically lost carbon from the soil. So this is from the federal government. It's the change in soil organic carbon over time. So out west, you can see it's brown, and that means that they've increased their soil carbon, a large part of it. And that's through practices such as no-till, which has been highly adopted, and the removal of summer fallow. So through those practices, they've been able to increase the amount of carbon in their soil. But if you look out east, it's a lot of that teal color, that blue color, which is a decrease. So we're losing soil carbon. And that has a lot to do with shifts in the type of cropping. So there's less pasture and forage than there used to be, and more annual cropping. So we know that there is room in the soil to hold more carbon because we've lost some of what was in there. So if we can put more carbon back into the soil, that means that there's less carbon in the atmosphere. So that's how it can help us mitigate climate change. Now, in terms of the Living Lab itself, how is that a tool against climate change? So the Living Lab is a federal program from AAFC. So there's Living Labs all across Canada, and we all have a mandate to increase carbon sequestration, so putting carbon in the soil and reducing the amount of greenhouse gases that are released from agricultural systems. So that's the mandate, those are the objectives. And the Living Lab approach is a different way to approach research. So it's on-farm research trials. It's not in a lab or a greenhouse or even on a research farm. It's a real farm that is at field scale using real equipment it's testing the approaches at the place that they will be used. And it's been used in other scenarios as well. It's not just an agricultural approach. So that's Living Lab research. And then it's also very farmer driven. So typically with a research trial, you put it in place and it needs to be very controlled. You want to control as many factors as possible so you can narrow in on what's happening. But where this needs to be done on real life farms, if a farmer sees that the management practice is in place and he's like, oh, it's not working because of this, or I can't do it anymore because of this, like we have to adapt and change. Because we're not just developing new management practices, we're looking at increasing adoption. So some of the things, and I'll go through what we're testing, they're not new concepts, but they're not being done on all farms. So what can we do to tweak those and innovate those so that farmers want to do them on their farm? So if we're doing something in the field and then the farmer realizes it's not going to work because of X, and they tell us that, then it's our responsibility to change it and make it work. So it's really adaptable, which is really interesting and an exciting way to do research. And then, when we're increasing carbon sequestration, we get a lot of additional benefits. Like I said, you improve your soil health, you increase your biodiversity. It can also improve water quality. So those are a lot of the things that we're looking at in this project. So we're focusing on 4 management practices. And like I said, these aren't brand new ideas. Cover crops have been around for decades, but there's a lot of farms that don't do any cover crops. So ways that we can present it or package it to make it more appealing, how can that work? And a lot of the problem in cover crops is really complex. So we're working with Perennia on this management practice, looking at cover crops and annual systems. So they're looking at 4 different cover crops that will go in after winter wheat. And then each of those cover crops is being terminated in 2 different ways. So it's really looking at what is the best type of cover crop, because there are many, many to choose from. And then what is the best way to incorporate that into the rotation? So some of them are being fall terminated, and then the other half is spring terminated. And it'll just give us a lot of information about what is the easiest way to incorporate cover crops into different cropping rotations. And that's focusing on annual crops, so horticulture and grain crops. We're working closely with AAFC on this as well. So they're looking at orchard and vineyard floor management. So they're going to be looking at, for orchards, putting those laneway clippings on those bare strips under the trees, the herbicide strips, that's called mow and blow, using legumes in between the laneway to add more nitrogen, which helps increase organic matter, and changing the rates of fertilizer, all to kind of optimize the amount of carbon that we can store in these systems. And they've got a few different sites that they're working with in the valley. So that one's getting started. And then in vineyards, they're going to look at the tillage practices. So right now it's fairly typical to till in between the vines on kind of alternate rows every other year. So what are different practices that, tilling practices that can store more carbon? And then again, that kind of mow and blow. So there's often that bare strip underneath the vines, can we add more organic matter through there? We're working with the Clean Annapolis River Project to install riparian zones and shelter belts. So planting trees along field margins that are bordering rivers for the riparian zones. And the shelter belts is focused in blueberry production. So planting treed shelter belts to help with not just carbon sequestration. So in those plantings, you store carbon in the woody trees themselves. And then also in that the soil underneath becomes undisturbed, but you're also increasing other things like biodiversity and habitat. So we're going to be measuring things like pollination in the blueberry crops, and it could also help with snow cover as well. So those are going to be really interesting projects to look at that biodiversity aspect. And then the one that the Federation is working on directly ourselves is our land swap. So that's a really fun one that we're really excited about. So we're working with horticulture crops, and we know that horticulture can be kind of tough on the soil. It can be highly disturbed. There can be a lot of exposed soil, so that can be rough on the soil. So we're looking at taking a horticulture field and putting it into a grazed pasture. So kind of swapping land with a livestock producer. So seeding the pasture, putting up fences, rotationally grazing. We have some sites that will have cows, and I think we have one that has sheep. So that'll be for 3 years, and then it will go back into a vegetable production. So we're hoping during that 3-year period, that permanent plant cover and the presence of the animals will kind of help pump as much carbon as possible into the soil, so that when it goes back into vegetable production, the soil is more healthier, and then some of that can be retained into the future. We're working with Paul Manning at Dalhousie to look at the colonization of earthworms and dung beetles into the system, because they won't really be there. The dung beetles won't be there when there's no animals, and the earthworms don't like the soil disturbance, so there probably won't be a lot of earthworms. So we're looking at how quickly these organisms can come into these systems, because they are really good at pulling that carbon down into the soil, and that will help kind of stabilize it so that that carbon can stay there when it goes back to horticulture production. So that's a really neat one that we're excited about. Oh, and then a big part of this is the knowledge and technology transfer. So we don't want the information that we're gaining in this project to stay within the project or within the research community. So I hope everyone stays tuned. You can keep an eye on the Federation website and our e-newsletter that we'll be having lots of events. So we'll be having field days so people can come and look at these sites. We'll be doing videos, look for us at different trade shows and come up and talk to us and ask us about the projects. So we want to get that information out there as much as possible. And we're also working with the team at Acadia to do a socioeconomic analysis. So like I said, there is some concern that these practices can impact farm productivity. So we're going to actually measure and see how much, what is the actual cost versus the benefit. And then the socio part, it's not always the cost that is the barrier. So what are the other barriers? Why aren't some of these practices being uptaken, or what might prevent people from doing it? And are there ways to get around that? So that's going to be a really great part of this with that team. And then again, I just wanted to highlight that there are living labs all across Canada. So there's 13 right now. We've been working really closely, talking with the other Atlantic provinces as well, to kind of leverage the information that we're all gaining in our different living labs. Some of them are looking at really different regional management practices, but there is a lot of overlap. So the other provinces are looking at cover crops. And I know out in BC, they're looking at orchards too. So it's a really neat opportunity for us to work with these other regions and share our knowledge to kind of get the most out of this project. And it is a 5-year project, hopefully extended to 10 years. So yeah, we're really looking forward to that. So like I said, keep an eye on the Federation page. We'll have lots of events and stuff, and you can always reach out to me as well. And then I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Awesome. Thank you, Carolyn. That was great. The land swap idea, that's a really neat idea, where you can kind of get 2 different sectors of farming involved with each other. So yeah, if anyone has any questions for Carolyn, you can post them in the chat and we can answer them that way, or you can unmute yourself and just ask her yourself.
Yeah, and I will just say about that land swap, I think that one is it's almost uniquely Nova Scotia, where we do have a really diverse farming system. So you do get that livestock and horticulture in the same area, yeah, which gives us a good opportunity for that.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah. I see in the chat, Claude Caldwell asked if we're sharing some of this to students on campus. And yeah, I hope so. I love talking about this. So I'm happy to come in and talk to classes about it. And like I said, we are working with Paul Manning, and I think he might have a master's student come work on that dung beetle and earthworm project. So yeah, the agriculture campus has been a good partner for us on this. They're doing all of our carbon and greenhouse gas analysis too. So, but such a great resource right down the road from us.
Yeah, perfect. All right.
And I will say too, this summer, I think it's late June, the Canadian Soil Science Society is having their conference in Truro at the agricultural campus. And I've been working with them and Rosalie Madden and Caitlin McCaver from Perennia to organize a tour. So on the last day of the conference, we'll be doing a tour to a living lab site and to some of the off-calf sites. And there is a registration fee, but you can sign up just for the tour. So I encourage people to check that out as well. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. All right. So if nobody has any other questions, then I guess Eric from Syngenta, you're up next, and I can share my screen for you if you prefer that.
Thanks, Chloe.
All right.
I'll try it, but probably just as easy for you to load up. I think what I'll do in the meantime is do the intro. Again, I'd like to start off by saying thank you to the staff at Truro Agmart for organizing this Zoom conference. Much appreciated. And certainly for you, those on the line, taking the time to join us. I've got, there's actually Chloe and Allison, Sonia, notice I inserted a 3rd topic. I'll still do my part staying on time in 30 minutes, but yes, I just wanted to do a quick intro for those that don't know me. I am the territory sales rep for Syngenta, living on Prince Edward Island, but also responsible for our work in Nova Scotia, NSFA, working with the Truro Agrimark team. I've got 40 years in the industry, or very close, down, counting down to in the matter of days or weeks here now. It's been a true blast. A little bit of an odd duck. I was born in Nova Scotia and sort of got back close to home here. So it's been a true joy and pleasure working here again in the Maritimes. I spent a lot of my life and career in the Ottawa Valley, and there's so many similarities. But I've always believed with growers that our goal is to help the growers grow the best possible crops. And what's really cool, I enjoyed Carolyn's presentation. We had cattle at home and we did electric fencing, rotational grazing on class 4 land, and we even grew some crops, reasonable crops, back in the 80s and 70s before Gallagher was invented. It was really cool. But the systems approach is so important. In agriculture, the devil's in the details, and one small miss can cost you dearly as a grower. So next slide, please, Chloe. What I wanted to try to talk about here today was there were 3 things. We talked about below ground insect management in corn establishment. The next topic was in Syngenta biologicals, but in particular filling the nitrogen gap with the use of Invita. And then I'll finish out with our Syngenta stack cereal program, in particular around winter wheat. Some incredible information here, and I think it will line up. Carolyn, you'll find this very interesting as well from the standpoint of greenhouse gas mitigation. The story that we've been able to put together with local maritime data. Next slide, please. So the first one I talked about was below ground insect management with corn. And it's interesting in my career, when I started corn establishment, major problem was below ground insect management. And we've certainly had some tools come along that have helped growers do a better job of obtaining that picket fence stand, and including here is Force 3G. It's not a new product. It's been reevaluated since I moved to the Maritimes. It's been reevaluated by PMRA, so it's still there in the portfolio. And certainly with the current label, we have an opportunity for growers to use that in their, next slide please, in their corn production system. And this picture I took years ago. It was actually in the late 90s. We started working with growers about the systems approach and trying to obtain this, what we called a picket fence stand. It wasn't my term by any means, but the industry adopted it. And I love this picture. I've shared it with many people over the years. And this is when we were able to move corn yields in bushels per acre from that mid-100, 200 range to well over 200 dry bushels, or in metric tons, we moved from that 3.5, 4 metric ton blue pass 5 up into the 5.5 and 6 metric ton per acre. Real on-farm yields. And the only way you do this is you make sure that every plant has a harvestable ear. And what's interesting around below ground insect pressure is that the challenge is that seed treatments themselves absolutely have been a true advancement. When I started my career, there was a lot of seed that was still planted bare and naked. And then we moved to fungicides, and then we moved to fungicides with insecticide. And all the way along, growers saw enhanced stands and higher yields and more profitability. But the next slide, I want to just highlight a little bit about Force. And the reason being here is that from the standpoint of that stand that you're looking at, 28, 30,000 harvestable ears, we are looking at $400 metric ton. That would be a gross of around $1,400. So for corn growers, I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. But another way to think of this, Chloe, if you could advance to the next one, is the, please and thanks, the ear, harvested ear is roughly 4 to 5 cents. Doesn't sound like much, but you get 30,000 per acre and you get $1,400. And it is about the details. It is about literally every dollar that a grower invests and having a positive ROI. So if we look at the cost of forest right now, 900 to 1,000 ears per acre, harvestable ears, pay for the investment, just pay for the investment. Well, that's not helping the grower. That's a neutral return. But I look at this issue is seed treatments, and I'll have a schematic here at the end, but the seed treatment, don't forget that that insect has to ingest some of the actives. In that process, it actually can damage and feed upon the seed, and it may not kill it. But the issue is that we have a goal of every corn plant coming through literally within the same 24 hours. That's extreme, but the data supports if you're going to grow the best possible corn crop, you want every corn plant coming through together where it's neighbor to neighbor. They're equal. And we don't want them actually even getting close to the seed. So on the label for forest, it's registered as safe for field corn. We've got cutworm, we've got rootworm. Of course, that's an issue if you were doing corn on corn, seed corn maggot. But one of the real nemesis in the Maritimes, of course, is wireworm. And that's most prevalent when we have perennial forages, or we heard a talk again about cover crops, more so with growers that are planting early, where we have a lot more time where that seed and small germinating seedling is in the soil. And the last one, of course, is high intensity livestock areas. So when I left Ontario, the growers that were still using force up in Bruce County, Grey County, where the cattle concentration rivaled Alberta, and also down in Perth, Oxford, which was the southern dairy belt. And those growers still knew what wireworm was, knew what pressure they had for below ground insect pressure. And the issue here, if we look at it, next slide, please. In terms of the application, we want to do an in-furrow. We look at the treatment at ground applied only, and this pyrethroid in the furrow, I think probably it's just as easy here, Chloe, to go to the next one. We can band it, T-band it, but the neatest one is in furrow. And the thing is that I've been struggling when it came to the Maritimes, spent some time here since 2018 with growers. I still believe that a lot of growers just were not realizing the impact that was being caused in terms of lost yield with below ground insect pressure, and the impact on yields and profitability. Wireworm, very dramatic when it's severe like this, but on many of the fields we look at, it's at low levels, 5-10% of the plants impacted. Growers seem to notice it when it was 30 or 40%. But I challenge you to do those counts. I was at a session yesterday, a grower meeting, and growers said, hey, my stands look great, but they're doing those counts. They're doing those counts when the corn is 5, 6, 8 leaf. And what's often happening at that point is some of those smaller plants are gone, have disappeared, and the ability to document why those plants did not germinate, establish, and are part of the stand, that opportunity is lost. But we look at the wireworm damage here, and at this point in time, it's not possible to do any corrective measure that can recoup the lost yield. Next slide. So put together this schematic. This is mine, but again, those are the 4 insects. Seed corn maggot down on the lower right, cutworm upper right, wireworm, of course, lower left, and then our rootworm in the upper left. And there you can see, when I think of a dartboard in this concept, is there's our treated seed in the middle, and we've got a small, sort of around that bullseye, a small zone that the seed treatment helps protect. But although that's a plain seed on the lower right with the seed corn maggot, those pests still will have to journey in, move in, and feed upon that seed. Or in the case of cutworm, as soon as the seedling is emerging, the corn seedling emerges, it snips it off. And what we want to do with the insecticide is we're creating this zone further out, and a protection zone that repels. Now, in the label, and it's very clear, we don't claim that it kills mature wireworm. It causes them to go more into a stasis. The reproduction rate is lower, but it repels them out of this critical zone that we're trying to make sure is ideal for that seedling to establish. And it is very effective in that. In fact, it can kill the younger instar wireworms. But don't forget, there's other insects, including millipede, they're not on the label, but that zone is very much trying to make it insect or pest free. So go back to what's it really as far as a return on investment. I mentioned about each ear is worth 5 cents roughly. We got 1,900 of those. If they're missing, that's $40-50 an acre that you're losing out on. But the interesting point is when the insects, wireworm, for example, feed on the seed, yes, then it's high rate, it dies, but that seed will be stressed, and we will have delayed emergence. And I'm not sure I'm sure a number of the growers have done the flag test with the precision planting. And in decades past, in the 80s and 90s, there's huge debate about which mattered more, emergence or spacing. And really, at the end, it was absolutely critical that the corn spacing and emergence was as close to perfection, picket fence as possible. And if a plant comes up 2 days later, 48 hours, later than its nearest neighbor, that individual plant already will have 3 to 5% reduction in yield. And if that individual plant comes up 5 days later, compared to the plant on the right and plant on the left, it's 10% less yield. So very quickly, you can see this picket fence goal is important. And our goal is, as I say, to help you grow the best possible crops, not good, not very good, but excellent crops, and with the growing season, of course, that you're dealing with. But Forest 3G, I truly believe this. I believe this in 2018 when I came to the Maritimes, and I still believe this today. There is, whether you're mid-rate or high-rate, that insecticide in furrow is a very good investment for corn growers. Next one, please. Invita. So Syngenta's moved into a new area. It's in biologicals. This is only one of the products. I guess the next slide, Chloe, please. I know a number of you were at the Soils and Crops meeting there in PI in Summerside a couple weeks ago. And I got off on a little bit of a tangent there talking about biologicals. And, you know, over 40 years ago, I remember sitting in a classroom in the University of Guelph. We were talking about future trends in agriculture. And of course, one of them was biotechnology. I'll leave that, biotech. And that's been an incredible ride from BT corn to herbicide tolerant soybeans and so on. But the other one that we delved into that day, and I remember this, was biological products. And they were new. And I told the story about in my career, I've watched this laugh at the Amish and the Mennonite who were grinding up seaweed and making their compost tea. And I used to go to all the organic conferences because I think those growers are often more in tune with the natural systems. And I thoroughly enjoyed Carolyn's presentation because I think in many ways we're getting back to some of the old tried and true methods of farming. And we look at biologicals, and unfortunately, the science in the 80s is not the science in 2023. And we measured in parts per million. Now we do parts per billion. Gene editing, all of these things that were not available. And many growers have tried biologicals in the past, and most of them were in the biostimulant area, you know. I think, wow, it wasn't stressful enough for it to work this year. And I think, unfortunately, biologicals in general got labeled, has received a fairly negative label. But I want to draw your attention to the biofertility area. Inoculants, we've been using soybean inoculants for years, and I still believe in the Maritimes that every acre should receive inoculant when planted, regardless of, you know, how frequent you're growing beans. I think our variability in fields and pH and so on, that's a good investment. Other products, Active, for example, is there in terms of mycorrhiza, but we're moving into a new area here that was very interesting from the standpoint of allowing the plants to source nitrogen. Of course, soybeans with inoculation on the roots and the rhizobia, they source sand, but this is very different. Next slide, please. It is a bacteria. Let's see, we'll just slip through this one. This is a general presentation. I probably could have taken some of them out, but what we're trying to do is set the plant up for systemic nitrogen sourcing or fixation, and in particular, above ground. It's in the entire plant. Next slide, please, Chloe. So it is a bacteria. We apply it onto the crop. It can be applied by seed. We're trying to approach the market with it being applied foliar, whether it be corn, soybeans, wheat, or even in potatoes or row crop, other veggie crops. But it is a biological, it is a growing or a living organism. And I think there are still some things as far as application, storing the product, handling the product that are important. But it's applied to the plant. So the next slide. Naturally occurring, I think this is important. We apply the bacteria to the plant. And what started this, and I do vividly remember this at some of the organic conferences in the 80s, they were quite perplexed that corn growers in Mexico, how they could grow a corn at 120 bushels an acre, where from a mineralized N perspective, they should only be getting 80 bushels. And what it came to be was that certain crops, and corn, and including crops like sugarcane, had a relationship with the symbiotic bacteria, and it, of course, helped them source nitrogen, even though they weren't legume crops. And so this work started in the 80s, and they isolated the bacteria. This one, in turn, came from sugarcane. Next one, it is a patented bacteria. And when applied on the leaf surface, the bacteria, think of it's called a flagellum or a sperm. The bacteria's got a small little tail, and what it actually does, it moves across the leaf surface, and it's got to enter through the stomates. But it can enter in a number of parts of the plant, as you say, including the roots and the stem, but applied foliar, it moves into the actual leaf tissue, and right inside the cells where, again, it helps the plant fix or source nitrogen. I find this interesting because in most biological systems, nitrogen and carbon are those elements that are most limiting. And yet here's the air at 78%, and we've most of our crops have to source nitrogen from the soil profile rather than sourcing directly from the air. And it's like, wow, this is like really cool. So once it's in, it colonizes. Next slide, please, Chloe. It colonizes. And it is interesting, the fact that it's not like applied in a conventional, I'll use that word, agricultural system where we're putting synthetic fertilizer, we're putting manure, or we're growing cover crops that in turn we're relying on the bacteria in the soil to mineralize. This is inside the plant, readily available, and so the risk of nitrogen loss out of the system or leaking in this approach is certainly mitigated. Not going into the soil, a little more friendly. I think those that are growing soybeans and inoculating often realize the challenges that we've got with bacteria and inoculants applied in the soil environment, but it is inconsistent across field variability in this case because we're applying to the plant and it's not onto the soil. Next slide. The whole goal here is to help the plant address any gaps that may occur during the growth and grain fill periods. It's not huge. Right now, the data is showing between about 20 and 40 pounds of nitrogen that the plant can source with the one application of Invita. The cost roughly is in around that $15 per acre range, but the plant still is going to source nitrogen from the soil profile. If it's a legume, it doesn't inhibit the nodulation on the soybeans. It's in the foliage above ground, and what it does is, again, it tries to help the plant fill any gaps that may be there. Okay, next slide. So it's not new. It's not unproven technology. The U.S. is ahead of us. Europe's ahead of us. In fact, the company Exotic is a European company. And now as a commercial product introduced into the Canadian market, we've got exclusive, and Truro Agrimart will be a distributor of Envita. But we look at that, this is on corn with a 5 bushel overall response, 76%. That's including no response, and in some cases negative. That's often just attributed to field variability. But we look at that return on investment over and above the actual $15 cost. Pretty respectable. Next slide, please. That's in corn with 75 sites. Here it is in soybeans with 36 locations. We still are in that 74, 75%. I find that intriguing with the response rate, positive results. Again, around about 3 bushels. And the last one here is, I think it's wheat, Chloe. We can go to the next one. Fewer slides, fewer sites, sorry, but still a positive ROI on winter wheat. And this is one of the products that we intend to incorporate into the Syngenta Stack cereal program in 2023. So next slide, please and thanks. There it is there. It looks like a little bit like apple cider almost, but it is, as you mentioned earlier, biological. You can't have it exposed to UV, high temperatures, don't let it freeze. Last product in the tank, so to speak, mix and go. It doesn't carry over, unfortunately, but we do have an inventory protection. And to close out for row crops, this speaks volumes. I don't have the slide here, but it'll be administered by Exotic on row crops, and there actually is a full performance guarantee for you as a grower using the product. You've got to do some paperwork and submit that ahead of time when you purchase the product if you're willing or wanting to do that. But the performance guarantee, if you're not satisfied with the yield performance that you've got, Exotic will replace product in 2024. Not many products offer that. Anyways, I'll leave that one there. I think that's my presentation around Envita. I think for greenhouse gas mitigation, and we look at the whole nitrogen management story, biological fertilizers or biological fertility products like Envita are extremely exciting. I know certainly the growers at the Soils and Crops meeting, I have said to them, you're often ahead of the curve from an academic perspective, and sort of the industry is at a point where you can evaluate this product on your own, and as a co-farmer in the industry and as a Syngenta employee and working with Truro Agrimart, I'd encourage you to take a look at the product for sure. Next slide, please. Oh, am I doing on time? Yeah, 10 minutes. Stack cereal program, picture's worth 1,000 words. This one's really cool. We've been working on this since 2019. Great story here to tell. Next slide, please. This is going to go fast, Chloe. When we started in 19, no, you're good. When we started in 19, cool, carry on. Yep, there it is. When we started in 19, February of 19, we worked with, Sonny Murray at the time, and then Peter Johnson. We had our grower clinics, very well attended. And it was really about trying to make cereals profitable again, and looking at the yields in Nova Scotia, as well as other maritime provinces for cereals. It was like, what's happening here? And often I hear growers tell me, well, a little bit of drought here in this field. And it's like, well, that's not drought. That's not drought. Remember, wheat was domesticated and cultivated in some of the most arid climates in the world, in the globe. And this is, again, I say, not drought. But the challenge we have is to keep the plant alive. So the next slide, please, Chloe, really talks about one of the fundamental, oh, what happened there? Oh, wow, some missing there. Anyways, it's green heads, green leaves. And what we were trying to do is we're trying to make sure that that plant stays green all the way through the grain fill period. And I think maybe you'll see this a little bit later. It'll be in here actually, Chloe. I think the next thing is on Mirvis Neal. And what we're trying to do here is we're encouraging growers to put in best-in-class fungicides at that T1.5 stage and mix their herbicide together with the growth regulator. I'll talk about that in a minute, plus their fungicide, long lasting. And we saw growers in 2021 and 2022 very quickly realize what happens when they don't spray a fungicide early in their winter wheat program. Stripe rust is now here to stay. It may cycle year to year, but those are pictures I had taken, of course, last year on the island, but there were just as many fields in Nova Scotia that very quickly succumbed to stripe rust where there were no fungicides like Miravis Neo applied. Next slide, please. This is it, green heads, green leaves. In fact, if you look at that picture on the right, that was my own crop, spring wheat, and 2019, and you see the head starting to senesce, and what actually is evident is we've still got green tissue trying to complete or maximize the grain fill. And remember, 90% of that tissue, that photosynthetic tissue, the head, the stem, the flag leaf, penultum, and even when we get into the second and third leaf down, we need those leaves to stay healthy. And the only way we can do it is use the stack program. Next slide, please. Modus growth regulators. This is really cool. You know, I had a lot of growers tell me, Eric, been there, done that. I've used this system. You can't make something out of nothing. We need to make sure we're applying sufficient nutrients, fertilizer, synthetic fertilizer or manures and so on. And the growth regulators, in fact, in many cases were missing. So growers would push their cereal crop, and invariably what they were faced with was severe lodging, or lodging enough that it was certainly aggravating, but more importantly, it reduced yields, impacted quality, even reduced the success of underseeding. So for those growers that are doing with their cover crops, or looking at underseeding with either a hay crop or red clover, lodged cereals are just a death knell to trying to underseed. So we look at growth regulators. They're really the enabling product. Licensed and registered Modus is for wheat, barley, and oats. Next slide, please. This picture here I love. It's really about trying to strengthen the bottom half of the stem, or at least the bottom third, and timing is critical. So this ends up being about that T1.5. We time our herbicide and our first fungicide to match and optimize the application of growth regulator. And we're doing two things. We're shortening the plant, but we're also building a stronger, thicker, bigger pipe. And think of that fishing rod. We're trying to strengthen the bottom half in particular, not that top half. So you can apply it late. All it really does is shorten the plant. It does nothing in terms of the actual true standability enhancement. So timing is critical. That growth stage 30-32 is ideal. Next slide, please. So we actually have been working with growers now on a split program. So the red bar in the middle is growth stage 30-32. We have growers that are on a 3-spray program, not a 2-spray program, but a 3. And again, that does take extra time and labor and so on, but it is registered for a split. This is more common to what they're doing in Europe. Next slide, please. What's been exciting with the STACK program is the introduction of Miravis Ace for application at T3 for Fusarium head blight, but not just Fusarium head blight, but also maintaining protection against the major leaf diseases. Remember I said green heads, green leaves, and that very first picture I showed you with green heads, dead leaves, those solar panels were shut off, and they significant impact on the grain fill period. This is a step change product with the new active in there along with propiconazole, but adepidin is a dynamite product and definitely getting noticed by growers in the industry going, wow, this is definitely a different fungicide. Next slide, please. It's not just about the yield, it's also about DON or the quality. And we've had independent researchers, whether they be Art Schaafsma, Dave Hooker, Guelph, Ridgetown, Purdue, have looked at Miravis Ace compared to the current fungicides, and very quickly Ace gets best in class label. And it's not just about the DON levels, it's also about the bushel response. That's not a stack program on the right. That's just simply comparisons on T3 fungicide sprays. Next slide, please. There's the quality component. This was taken from a grower's field this year. On the left was the Mirabis. On the right actually had no P3 spray. Over 8 parts per million BOM was not accepted at the elevator. Next slide, please. Sorry. Grower experience. These are predominantly from Ontario, but we look at just Mirabis Ace. It was showing a 9.5 bushel versus untreated, 22 locations with a $44 response per acre. Next slide, please. This one here was, again, compared to leading competitor products. So these would be called side-by-sides with, again, over a 70% win and ahead of the competitor products by 17 plus an acre. Next slide, please. And there they are head-to-head with some data, again, showing currently the 3 competitors in that space. Mirabis Ace, best in class. Next slide, please. So we go into, the story here. Yeah, so Chloe, we'll go through real quick here on these ones, but our local story for the Maritimes with input from in Nova Scotia and as well as the islands, a little bit in New Brunswick. But next slide, what we tried to do is, this is winter wheat. We've worked with barley. We've worked with oats. The program incredible with those 2 cereal species, but I realize in Nova Scotia it's mostly winter wheat, which is perfect. We'll see how things look in the spring. So far, I think we're still doing well with winter survival. But a picture again is worth 1,000 words. These were one of our sites actually out of 2021, and I'll explain a little bit more. But whether you're looking at it with a drone, the visual eye, standing in the field, or satellite imagery, very quickly you go, whoa, what is happening in these fields? Next slide, please. So this slide had, oh, I missed it. It's 5. This was 5. Oh, okay. Yes, sorry. I jumped right into the 2022 data. These are on the island, winter wheat. And what we'll do here, just real quick, they're all the same. There's the year, winter wheat. First column they're working in from the left is the treatments, the stack program. And then, of course, the grower's standard program. So many growers in the island and in Nova Scotia, we're still running 100, 120 pounds of nitrogen plus a herbicide, no T1.5, no T2, no T3. And we've moved from that, which is excellent. But this location, I've often, tried to say to the grower each year here, I'm using costs associated with that current growing season. And I say often I've used the low end of the price. I've had many growers, the growers yesterday said, why are you using 300 metric ton? I sold most of my wheat between 350 and 400. I said, well, that's awesome because all it'll do is make the green number on the bottom even larger. But what do cost in? $124 and the additional gross and net revenue. So that's one location. I think we've got 4 of them here that we pulled out that we did this year. Next slide, please. This is just a satellite imagery of the same spot. There it is, showing roughly the 3/4 of metric ton difference. Next slide. The grower did do some trials, and it's okay, stay on this slide, Chloe, but the grower did do some just straight Mirabis applications, Mirabis Ace on the other side. But this staff program, this was an interesting one. In fact, it was where I obtained those grain samples. It was planted into corn silage stubble residue, which is a bit of a no-no. Winter wheat onto winter wheat onto corn, grain corn stubble, and winter wheat onto corn silage stubble. You really need to be careful around fusarium. And please, whether you're using our product or someone else's, you've got to make sure your fungicide, your canopy management program is top notch. But there's the difference in yield, 3.32 in the stack, 2.08, $124 investment. The gross though, 609, look at the net. And the net was this because that went to the elevator, and the elevator essentially refused it at over 8 parts per million. They said, we can't sell this. And so we did a $50 knock on the dollars, but big dollars difference, and the grower continues to use the stack on all their acres. Next one, please. Another one here on the island, 3.81 versus 2.46, almost $300 net return. Next one, that grower was blown away, by the way, first time doing it. This grower did it in 2 sites and said, even on the second site, it's still enough to convince me that this is a heck of a program. Next one, please. And so what I did is I put all 9 together, all 9 winter wheat from 2020 to 2022. We're increasing that yield by not quite a metric ton, 0.75 metric ton per acre. Investment on average, realizing there was a rising cost over those 3 years, but $85, gross return 253, and 168 was our net. So we continue to have some fun with the program. I'd encourage you to work with Luke. I think we've got a infield grower clinic there with Missy and Caitlin in March here. Next slide, please. I think I'm right close, 10 o'clock. I just do straw. The straw thing is cool. You can see the differences in quality and in yield. Next slide, please, Chloe. What we're generating on straw is we're pulling in another $43 an acre on straw. So that's really, you may put your straw back. That's awesome into the field. You're still getting that value. If you're selling your straw or baling it, feeding it, and putting manure back, there's still upwards of almost a metric ton, 2,000 pounds, not a metric ton, per acre on straw. Next one. This is the last slide. I'm almost here. This is really cool because we talk about nitrogen, and we'll talk about it here over the next decade. Agriculture's, unfortunately, we've got the thumb on us on this one. You cannot grow crops without the plant accessing nitrogen. I hear this all the time. A grower, well, I cut my nitrogen rate in half and my yield didn't go down. Well, your organic matter is 5%. You put manure on the fall before. The plant cannot make bushels of grain, potato 100-weight. It can't make anything in that sense without accessing nitrogen. It needs that as part of the production system. And if we look at that yield, 9 locations, 3.45 to 2.68, or in bushels, I'm still a bit in bushels, 126.5 versus 98. And look at there, the nitrogen. So with the stack program, we are saying to growers, boost your nitrogen actual units by at least 30 units. So 154 versus 123. And here's the cool thing. For every bushel of grain grown, for every bushel of wheat, we are actually more efficient in the stack program than the non-stack. So I close out on that one, that if we're to really respect the environment, grow the best crop we can, excellent winter wheat, excellent corn, the devil's in the details, and the stack program is, again, just sort of validated that the system where I've said manage with intensity. So yeah, I'm intense right now. Manage with intensity and where required intensively, so you get the ROI and it's sustainable. Next one. I think that's it. If it's not, you can terminate the slide. Anyway, thank you again. I think the last slide has my phone number and stuff on it. It's really the closing out one. Thanks very much again for the opportunity. I am there. I'm over. I'm done, and I will stop talking. Thank you again. It's been a blast. Look forward to working with you here this coming season. Thank you.
No, great. Thank you very much, Eric. That's a lot of good information. So does anybody have any questions? I don't see any in the chat, but if anyone wants to unmute their mic, feel free.
Luke's on. I mean, we'll still look forward to the wheat growers session there. I truly look forward to working with the team and Caleigh and Missy. I do. I truly look forward to that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Perfect. Thanks, Eric. All right. So up next we have Dr. Claude Caldwell, if he's on here. I think so.
Yes. Hi there, Chloe.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So I'll let you do your own introduction if you like, and you can share your screen. And
sure. Try and get a screen up here. Get the right one. Is it up there okay?
Yep, you're all good.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And PGRs, plant growth regulators for cereal crops, I guess I appreciate the opportunity because I worked on these for probably a decade, a while ago. And then I was reintroduced because Dan McCuaig asked me to do a little more work on it. And I said, well, you know, Dan, I have a lot of those answers, but we can all do it again. It is interesting to look at the progress and what's happening. I wanted to start with a slide here that I ran into this a while back that reminded me, and I don't know whether you recognize me, but that is me. And that's in 1984, when I just started here at the college, and I was carrying on with some growth regulator work that I had done in Western Canada. So that is in fact a 2-row barley that we are working on, and that's all the same variety. Those are just different rates of growth regulator. And I think in this case it was ethafon. And it's one of the things that happened in terms of registration with growth regulators years ago is that we got confused about what were the factors that affected its efficacy. So I'm going to back up to a very old slide, which is from 1982. Conceptually, plant growth regulators can be applied at many different places in the growth stages of a cereal crop. And you see in this cycle from seed through to grain yield that there are opportunities for manipulating the growth and development of the plant. Because, as you know, the plant growth is governed by its own natural hormones. And we can affect those hormones by either applying the same hormone or altering the pathway of production of that hormone in the plant. So since the 1980s and before, we've been looking at different types of growth regulators to manipulate plant growth and development and eventual yield. Having said that, there are a few things you need to know about where we are right now. The registered uses for growth regulators on cereals in Canada are for height reduction and lodging control. And Mr. Richter talked about that with Modus a second ago. And he also emphasized, and I want to emphasize, that the benefit is optimized by integrated cereal management, that it is not a magic bullet, and it can become a problem. Because used improperly, growth regulators certainly can harm your crop and your bottom line, and you have to keep that into account. Because again, as was mentioned in the previous presentation, timing is absolutely critical for the best effect and for a financial return. And the last part is these are actually fairly complicated bits of chemistry that we're using in very simplistic ways. And so when environments change, we end up with effects we didn't expect. Let me start first on that height reduction part. I mean, essentially it's straight physics. You make them shorter. The weight of a cereal crop is at the top. Shorter crops stand better. Some of the growth regulators, in fact, strengthen straw and others don't. And sometimes they strengthen and sometimes they don't. The effect of anti-lodging pretty well is exclusively based on shortening the crop. And shorter apical internodes can tend to keep the heads erect for less necking. So for instance, one of the side effects we had with barley is that when we shortened barley and made the heads erect, we ended up with more head disease. Because in fact, the water pooled within the spikelets. And if you think about necking in a 2-row barley, the water all comes off. And so you don't get as much moisture. So that was you might be having less necking, but you might have more disease. The other one here, since you are reducing the height of the plant, is if you're making your money on straw, you may end up with less straw. And as I said, the straw may or may not be stronger, depending on the environment, the management, and the type of growth regulator. The second point is that the benefit is absolutely optimized by integrated management. So you need, I mean, all the basic stuff, high yielding variety. You have to seed at the right time with the right rate and the right date to get a good population and a good potential yield. Fertility has to be optimal. And I suppose people said, well, I put too much nitrogen on, I need a growth regulator to hold it up. That's probably not the smartest way to go at it. You have to have good weed and disease control. You have to have potential for lodging and overall a high yield potential. So when you're making a decision to use a growth regulator, it really should depend on, can you get your money back? In other words, do you have the yield there to protect? Because all the growth regulator is doing is protecting your potential yield. The third basic point I have here is that growth regulators can harm your crop and therefore your bottom line. Again, re-emphasize, if you don't have a high yield potential and you spray, you know, a $30 application, are you going to get that $30 back? And if you put it on the wrong time, you can either have no effect or have negative effects. For instance, ethyl put on a head produces sterility. If you have nutrient or water stress with a growth regulator, you end up with a big problem as well. And while there are some registered tank mixes, there are some situations where you would have to choose to just use the growth regulator. Now, most of you are quite familiar with the Xalox growth stage, but essentially this was referred to earlier, where you have the tillering early on. Oh, by the way, this is from Mark Alley's publication back in '93 out of Virginia Tech. He came and learned about growth regulators here in Nova Scotia from Jock Pyle, for those who know the Lindhurst Farm story. Anyway, tillering through to the erection of the pseudostem, and then through the node extension and through into booting and head emergence. I just remind you of that because I'll come back to it in a second. While we have a number of products registered, there really are only two modes of action out there right now. One is as a gibberellic acid inhibitor. Remember from your physiology years ago, gibberellic acid is what makes the plant shoot up, makes it elongate. Psychocell used to be around and registered, and it was chlormequat. That's the one that was here in the 1980s, 90s. Manipulator is in fact chlormequat. So the same active ingredient. Modus is a different active, trinexapac ethyl, but it acts again as a gibberellic acid inhibitor, just as chlormequat does. Now the difference is that it acts at a different place in the pathway, and therefore that's how it gets around being registered on more crops. But it still comes down to the mode of action is to inhibit gibberellic acid, which is what does the elongation. So the second mode of action is an ethylene releaser. And this is, well, now ethyl, which is active ingredient of ethifon, 2-chloroethyl phosphoric acid. And Cerone is the one that was here through, it was registered in 1985. And ethyl has been around the same amount of time. Of course, it was in the in Britain and Europe in the 1970s. So when it was first registered, Cerone was registered for wheat and barley, but it was registered only for a couple of barley varieties, which was, of course, the death knell for registration as those varieties went out of tune. But Cerone and ethyl were both, ethyl was originally marketed for the horticultural crops and Cerone for agronomic. Well, obviously people caught on, it's the same thing, just two different concentrations, and people simply went to the cheaper one to use wherever they were going to use it. And I think that was the death knell of Cerrone. So ethro has survived through as our ethylene releaser PGR. So let's go back to chlormequat. Manipulator is the trade name that's being used. It is effective on wheat, but not on barley. And it's interesting, I looked into some literature on this recently, and they have documented what's called bounce back. In other words, if you put manipulator on barley at growth stage 30, 31, 32, in other words, that first node part, it will shorten it briefly, and then the next nodes will be longer. So you end up with actually a worse situation because you have longer intermediate nodes, internodes. So as I said, it reduces the GA, gibberellic acid, to reduce the plant height. The label for manipulator says it's effective from the 2-leaf to flag leaf, and I suppose it has some effect between those. But just as was mentioned in the last presentation with Modus, the efficacy really is best back at the growth stage 31, 32. In other words, just when you can detect the first node elongation, maybe up to the second node. But the other thing you have to think about with winter wheat is it has to be greater than 10 degrees Celsius to be effective. So when our winter wheats are at that growth stage, you just have to watch that it's not cold at that time as well. Just to remind you of what that looks like, at growth stage 30, 31, they're quite small. And so you have to sort of move your hands down the pseudostem to detect those internodes. Most people who aren't practiced on it call 32, 33, 31, 30, 31, 32. They've actually missed the optimum stage. So it is important to get out there, perhaps use your jackknife and cut them open to find where the nodes are to get the right stage. So Modus and Palisade. Palisade is also growth regulator, particularly registered for oats, have the same active ingredient. I do note something on the Modus label, and I'm quoting here. Due to risk of injury to the crop, avoid overlapping and do not apply to wheat, barley, oats, or perennial ryegrass that are stressed, such as by low fertility, high temperatures, drought, frost, or diseased or insect damage. So this is where it comes into this interaction of a hormone and environment, because what happens when a plant is stressed is it actually starts to produce some of its own hormones. It might increase its GA. It might in fact produce more ethylene, those sorts of things. So there's an interaction of the environment with the external hormone application that complicates the situation. So back in the 80s, we identified some varieties of barley that were highly sensitive to ethifon, to a growth regulator. And we were wrong. The problem was that when we tested them, they were under stress. So it wasn't the variety, it was the stress. That was a problem. Which brings me to ethro. Again, acts by releasing ethylene. Usually, depending on the rate, obviously, you can reduce the crop height from 2 to 15 centimeters. I know that it's not registered on barley right now, but of course, if you use 280 grams active of ethifon is about the stage that it works on spring wheat 320. So you actually have different rates for different species, obviously. I did do work with ethro, and it does strengthen the straw pretty consistently, but it may delay crop maturity. And one of the things it does is it can stop apical dominance, which means if it's under stress, you end up with late tillering. So you have all this green tillers that are never going to make grain as a result of putting on ethro under stress. So that's a problem. Now, the neat thing about Ethrol is you can wait to apply this, because the best time for Ethrol is growth stage 37 to 45, sort of just as the flag leaf ligule comes out until early boot. In fact, the absolute best time is growth stage 49, just before the head comes out. But I would never recommend that, because the difference between that and the head coming out is a day. So I would say early boot back to the flag leaf ligule is the best time to put it on. Do not ever spray Ethrol on anything with the heads out, because it causes sterility. So I go back to this. In terms of the gibberellic acid inhibitors, you're talking about growth stage 30, 31 as the optimum time. For Ethrol, for the ethafon types, you're into ligule, lastly visible through to boot, and avoiding these areas. I know the label for manipulator says anytime in here, if you want to get your bang for your buck, you have to be back in the 30, 31. But I want to re-emphasize this stress issue. Use PGRs in humid environments. If the environment conditions are not favorable for lodging, don't use a PGR. And don't use it if there's low fertility, high temperature, drought, frost, disease, insect damage. If the plant is under stress, all you're going to do is stress it more. The other thing is that these growth regulators take about 2 weeks to 4 weeks to fully break down. So I think it's closer to 2 weeks. 2 weeks to 4 weeks is what it says in the literature. But if you think you're going to get really hot weather in the next 2 weeks, then you probably should avoid it. So my conclusion is I like ethafon because it allows me to determine, do I really have something to protect before I put it on. You can wait to see if the conditions are good for yield and good moisture. But I like Clermaquat particularly on winter wheat, because if you go out in the spring and you have a good population, you have a good yield potential, you're going to manage this crop really well, then the Clermaquat will do a really good job in holding back that lodging. So again, I was rather enthralled with finding these old pictures, so I thought I'd end with that, it can really be a positive tool for high return cereal production. So Chloe, that's the end of the PGR one.
Perfect. And you're gonna do a little bit on camelina?
Okay, do you want me to go right straight to that?
Unless, does anybody have any questions specifically about plant growth regulators? If not, I have a few.
Okay, sure.
So have you found, like, in any of your recent research, that you found specific cultivars react differently to different PGRs?
Well, it's the barley that's been the issue, but I haven't seen anything either in the literature and in our work that said their cultivars were the problem. I think we were misled by trials in several places that we thought were cultivar related that were more environment related.
Okay. No, that makes sense. And then you kind of mentioned just briefly at the beginning about tank mixing. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about any experience you've had with some tank mixes. Just
I actually don't have much
okay.
evidence with it at all. So I mean, it's just that the timing that you have to put it on often doesn't correlate with your best timing for some other applications is really the issue. And because the timing of the growth regulator is so critical, you don't want to sort of put it too early or too late just to put in that tank mix, because you're not going to get the effect.
Right. Okay. No, that makes sense. And I think Eric has a comment in the chat just saying cost per acre for some PGRs is in the $15 per acre range for the recommended rates.
Yeah, and I tend to talk hectares, so we're in the same area.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Caldwell, one other thing was the half rate discussion, and I'm intrigued by that, where we can go up front, and then the grower can assess environmental stress, crop condition, and so on, and then use the other half rate either as a enhancement, or nope, we're not doing it, right? And I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so much. It's nice to hear the story about, because I too had seen growth regulators in the 80s, tomatoes and cereals and so on. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good. No, well, I mean, and that's the nice thing about integrated cereal management. When you do split nitrogen, or you split some of these other things, you can make the decision, do I really want to put on the second nitrogen or the second growth regulator or whatever? Because I certainly, when I worked out west, some of the people that made the most money didn't put on the second amount because it just wasn't going to yield there.
Okay. No, that's definitely good to know.
I'll go to Camelina.
Yeah, so yeah, if no one else has any questions, we'll go on to Camelina.
Oh, okay. I don't know how much anyone really wants to know about this crop, but I'll give you some of it. These are pictures from probably 20 years ago from marketing Camelina. So look at the one about the Omega Dog. I love this one. Earth-based extra virgin Camelina oil, money-saving omega-3s, built-in powerful antioxidants, more stable than flax or salmon, 100% natural, 100% delicious. It's just great. And then the other one, of course, just gets everyone excited, which is extra virgin gold of pleasure oil, which is the other name for Camelina, is gold of pleasure. Who wouldn't want to have that oil? Anyway, so what I'm going to talk about, I want to talk a little bit about what's recently you can see on the internet about this crop. I'll start with conclusions after that, because I did teach first year university, and I knew that people's attention span is about 7 minutes. And a little bit of historical background, some plant growth and development, and then a bit more about the uses and the challenges. And I'm going to go back to those conclusions to see if they work. So I was just on Crops magazine online, and this hit me as the title, Camelina poised for comeback. Demand from the renewable fuel industry is one of the many reasons to grow Camelina this year. So notice the date, it's January 4th, 2023. So this is a Western Canadian approach to things. Camelina sort of blossomed in the West and went away, but it's making a bit of a comeback. And the story in this one really had to do with the biofuel industry, which, as some of you know, when you talk about biofuel and biojet fuel, a lot of it is in fact Camelina oil. But it's also the fact that it is a healthy vegetable oil. It is registered for use for human consumption, horses, companion animals, aquaculture diets I'll talk a bit about, and the fact that it is a good byproduct meal. So the comeback has to do with recognizing that it's a very versatile crop. One of the companies I didn't know about until last year was this one in Quebec. It's a family-owned Camelina company, Signé Cameline, and pardon my French, but they have quite a range of products, including things that are chocolate bars with Camelina oil. They have Camelina snacks, as well as Camelina oil for human consumption. But if you have a chance, go on their webpage. It's quite an interesting one. And they are promoting Camelina oil in the restaurants in Quebec, and it's growing there. So more and more people are seeing this as a niche type of competitive oil with olive oil. But right now, the big money is in horses. And I'm not going to disparage any horse owner, but Here we have a pail of a little over 13 liters for $200, which is a pretty good return. And it says it's 210-day supply, so about $1 a day. And so it's, it'll make your horses happy. It's, your coat is better, they eat better, they get rid of a lot of ailments, omega-3, omega-6s. It's great. The same company, Smart Earth, sells camelina oil for dogs, companion animals. And you can see there that a 16-ounce bottle is $25. Well, the original camelina people, in terms of the human consumption, are 3 farmers, which again is a great story out west. And they will sell you 2 500 ml for, well, $35. So you can see that if you buy the dog stuff, it's $50. If you buy the human stuff, it's $35. So if you want your dog to have good camelina oil, buy the good human stuff. Do the math. But okay, so camelina seed, it's about 43% oil on dry matter, 90% unsaturated fatty acids, 50% are linoleic and linolenic, and there's a low amount of erucic acid. And tocopherols, which will inhibit rancid rancidity, about 700 milligrams per kilogram. And that's why it actually is more stable than flax oil. But here's the math. It was 43% oil, then about if you had a ton per acre, it's about 430 kilograms of oil per acre. That's about 450 liters. Smart Earth sells 13 liters for $200. So you can get about $6,750 of oil off 1 acre if you happen to be Smart Earth. But I don't think I'm convincing any of you to get into that market right. Well, maybe I will, but there are opportunities still there. Semicam, that is very interested in camelina now. They sponsored our large plot, field scale equipment trial in 2022, and we're working with them in well, Dr. Yinfei Jiang, who I think is on the line today. She is a new project with them coming up starting in 23. And they Semicam expects to engage several growers for larger scale production because they want to move ahead with this. Research will be on varieties, but also on intercropping camelina and oats, because this goes into the horse feed opportunity, either as a mix or separated as 2 different products. So Wayne McLean is the one that would be the contact here if anyone is actually interested in moving forward and growing some this year. Just going to back up though, because much of our information about camelina in Canada comes from this project that I was fortunate enough to help oversee, which spent $6.1 million. And that was between Saskatchewan and the, well, as you can see, University of Saskatchewan, Genome Prairie, Memorial University, Dalhousie, and Ag Canada. And we looked at trying to, well, our major goal was to replace fish oil and fish meal with camelina oil and meal. Long story short, they are registered, and in fact, you can replace fish oil 1-to-1 with camelina oil in aquaculture diets, replacing fish meal at a lower level, but the feed industry has moved along in aquaculture. There's less fish meal in aquaculture feeds than there used to be, so the market is not quite as big as it was when we started in 2010 for the meal. But coming out of that, a lot of research occurred, and Doug McDonald was sort of the lead in the field on this with the Crop Development Institute. But our conclusions were great biofuel feedstock, great human oil, great for horses and companion animals, and it looked really good. From an agronomic standpoint, it's well adapted to grow under a range of conditions. I was actually very surprised to find that varieties that did well in Nova Scotia actually did very well in Saskatchewan. And that's not what we tend to see with wheats or barleys or soybeans or anything like that. But we continue to select for new cultivars, and we're working with the Camelina Company of Spain in particular, because they have some environments that are stressful, that we can move their cultivars into our areas as good rotation crops. Remember, Camelina is a brassica, but it doesn't have the same diseases as canola. In fact, one of the great things is flea beetles have no interest in it. The thing that's exciting right now, I think, is their winter types are being released. When I started working on this, the winter types were too tender, but they are coming along. I had several graduate students working on this, and this one, Shannon Urbaniak, now works in Saskatchewan. But these are some of her slides. The first thing you need to know is it's very small seed. Don't have any big holes in your combine. This is what it looks like when it first comes up. A little while later, how it fills in. It is a taproot, so it has good, it's good to break up the soil. It actually is a very good rotation crop. And there it is a little later in the season. These are the flowers, the pods being produced. The only disease we've run into on this is downy mildew. And we ran into downy mildew probably the second or third year we started to work with it. And so we started a fungicide program testing on it. And we were able to control it, but we never found any yield increase. In other words, the downy mildew looked worse than it really was. We would see it here and there, but it really wasn't affecting our yields. And so we got away from actually using a fungicide on it. There it is again in the field in Prince Edward Island. That's just before harvest or close to harvest. There it is when it's mature. And that's the straw after combining. Very, very little mass in the straw. One of the big conclusions we had, because our major feeding studies at Memorial University and at Dalhousie were on the meal and the oil. And as I mentioned, oil very well accepted. In fact, in the taste tests, people preferred the salmon that was fed camelina oil over the fish meal because they said it didn't taste as fishy, which I thought was an interesting observation. But again, looking at the camelina seedling versus the brassica seedling volunteer that is disappearing under the predation. In terms of yields, we did a lot of work both in Nova Scotia and in Prince Edward Island, and you're looking at, and these are in small plot, so you're in that 2 to 2.5 ton per hectare, ton per acre type range, and we have been able to achieve that ton per acre plus in larger field plots as well. The biggest problem is weed control. There is no herbicide resistant camelina available here. There is some that's just been released in Western Canada, and we're having trouble getting that available here in the East. Although there is some resistance to the GM camelina. Interestingly enough, the aquaculture people don't want GM camelina, even though they're already feeding GM canola in the mix. So it didn't have to make sense, I guess. In terms of seeding date, it really depends on the location and the year. In general, we followed up this information with earlier seeding, and early seeding does tend to pay off in most places. In fact, I might say that we've done frost seeding, which has been very effective as well. Just a broadcast, because it's such a small seed, broadcast on the frost, it works its way into the soil. It has better competition, it yields better. We did a lot of work on seeding densities, and it's a very, it will adapt very well. So it's quite elastic plastic in terms of how it adapts. So it will branch more if there's fewer plants, branch less if there's more. So you have to find the happy medium. And the happy medium is probably around 600 seeds per square meter. We also did work on cedar type. So the one on the left is done with a brilliant, one on the right is with a seed drill, and you can see the comparison on it. And in fact, if you use the forage type cedar, you needed more seeds than you did with the drill. However, remember that they're very small seeds, so there's not a big cost in this one. In terms of nitrogen, we did trials in terms of how much nitrogen to use. You're somewhere in that 90 to 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare for an optimum. And this is just showing our response, our yield response in PEI. As we increased the nitrogen, we had a pretty straight line in terms of the yield there. The interesting thing is, as you increase nitrogen, you decrease oil and increase protein. So it really, where's your happy medium? What do you want? And in terms of your fatty acids, again, for what your end use is, whether you want oleic acid, you want a linolenic and linoleic, it will also depend on your fertility. So just to come back to the conclusions, it's a good versatile crop. It has some possible really good markets. I'm really pleased to see that there are some industry interest in it, and in particular with Semican coming on board. I think there's some opportunities for growers in the region. Thank you, Claude.
Awesome, that was great. I don't think that probably a lot of growers are super familiar with camelina, so it's a good way to get the word out.
It was a quick go over.
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, Richter or Eric has one here in the chat. It says, in your opinion, what is a realistic yield at farm level?
I think it's we're getting better and better varieties. And so right now, realistically, with what we have, it's a ton per acre. I think that with the new varieties, you can push it, I would hope, into a 1.5 tons. It's going to depend on the grower. I mean, because it's going to be a learning curve. Someone that has grown canola or flax probably can do seed bed preparation correctly, because it really, this seed can't be buried very far. It has to be pretty close to the top.
Okay. And I have a few questions too. How do you see it fitting into like farmers in Atlantic Canada's rotations? Like,
Okay.
good rotation in mind?
The starting point for my work on camelina was actually funded by PEI government, where we looked at different rotation crops for potatoes. And it actually is a very good rotation crop with potatoes. And in that trial, we trialed 10, I think, crops. And the two that came to the top were camelina and cranberry. Cranberry is grown to a certain extent, but camelina was never taken up until this other project. It fits well. It's okay. It has no carryover disease into corn or wheat or anything like that. None of even canola, any of the brassicas, it doesn't seem to have a problem. So because the taproot, it's good as well. Opens up those plow pans. I think there's some opportunities for it in a number of rotations.
Okay, no, that's perfect. And then I think a lot of growers around here don't really grow a lot of canola, mostly because there's not a lot of access to processing plants. What about the processing for camelina? Is it something that can be a little bit closer, or?
Well, let's put a plug in for canola. There's a new plant being built in St. John, New Brunswick at the moment, that I hope that there will increase the amount of canola that's grown in this region. I think it's the opportunity for canola is huge. I mean, if you see the price on canola oil right now, and I've been in touch with the person who's building the plant, and he really wants a lot of acres of canola. The plant will be ready within the year in St. John. So I hope that that's going to expand our rotation possibilities. And obviously, if you have and I talked to them about the versatility of the press, they can do camelina as well.
Yeah, that's good to know. I guess I didn't know that they were building a plant in St. John's. That's great. And then I was wondering, how did your harvest go of your trial plots last year? How did the? Oh,
you mean of the trials or of the great big?
Well, of your great big area.
The larger area where there weren't weeds, no problem. It just zipped right through. Weeds are the problem. Because, well, and we had to clean them out, and cleaning them out with green weeds in there caused a moisture problem, which meant more drying. There's little doubt that if you cannot control weeds, you can't do it. Right. So you have to have a good, clean seed bed. In fact, that's why I go back to really early seeding, and perhaps after Roundup Ready soybeans or something like that. Okay. Might be the place to go. Okay. And if we can get that herbicide resistant one here, that would be a real plus.
Perfect. So those are kind of all my questions. So I don't know if anybody else has any more. If not, that is perfect. Thank you so much, Claude. And
well, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so next up we'll hear from Brett and Eric about NK seeds and Enogen. They're on here. Brett, are you out there? Let's see. I don't see that he's on here. All right. Well, I might just take a few minutes and try to see where he's at. If we all just want to take a 5-minute break, then Brett should be here in about 5 to 10 minutes kind of thing, if you guys want to check back in then. All right, guys, so hopefully everyone's back now. I'll just do a quick reminder about everyone's pesticide receipts. So at the end of today's session, you'll get an email with a link to every session that you attend, every different session that you attended that is worth pesticide points, and you'll have to fill out each one individually. So in order to get all of your points, and then you'll get an email receipt directly back to you. All right, and then we're going to hear from Brett Graham right now about NK seeds and Enogen corn and their seed varieties they have to offer. Brett.
Perfect. Thanks, Chloe. So my name is Brett Graham. I'm one of the Enogen technical reps here in Canada. Eric Bulleries, one of our agronomists, is also joining. If you guys have questions around any of the corn hybrids that we do offer, any agronomy, he can chime in on that. So I'm going to talk about what Enogen feed corn is, and then a little bit around the stewardship and why we have that with Enogen. So just jumping right into it. There we go. So what is Enogen exactly? So Enogen is basically your normal corn hybrids that we have added an extra trait to. Corn is an excellent source of energy for cattle. Grain corn contains quite a high amount of starch. Starch does provide a lot of energy to the animals. The issue with starch is it's not always available to those animals. So it can be difficult for the bacteria within the rumen to access it. That's typically why we mill and process corn, and why we ferment corn in a silage pit as well, is to allow that to become more available to the bacteria. So what Enogen does is we're actually placing a trait within the corn itself that causes that corn to produce its own alpha amylase. So that's an enzyme that actually cuts the starch up into smaller fragments and converts it to sugar. Essentially, this allows the rumen itself and the bacteria within that rumen to access the energy a lot easier. So we're increasing the digestibility and availability of that starch, and essentially increasing the amount of energy we're providing to those animals. So we're getting more energy out of the same corn. And really that's where we're increasing the feed efficiency, because we can even see production boosts, or we can actually see even in situations where we're able to feed those animals a little bit less and they maintain their production. So the best way to really show what Enogen does is just this really quick video. Hopefully it plays here. If not, we can always send it out after. But essentially what we've seen, oh, there it goes. What we've seen is on the left, you'll have your conventional corn starch, and on the right, we'll have Enogen. So we're just adding water to these mixtures, and these are just little mixing tables. So on the left, you can really see when you add water to starch that it gels and really forms that mass. So this is very typical, like when we're baking at home and stuff like that, you'll see this reaction. But when you look at Enogen, here's where you can really see the difference. So you can see, because that enzyme has cut that starch into smaller fragments, it keeps it in a more liquid form. It converts it to sugar, and it really makes that a lot more available to those animals. So really showing exactly what's happening within the rumen of those animals. And really that really is where we're getting some of these production benefits and some of the health benefits that we've seen as well. So yeah, and this, we just used warm water here just to speed up the demonstration, but you can really see exactly what is going on within those rumens. So when you're thinking about feed efficiency, definitely the situation on the right is what we would prefer. Corn silage and corn itself is only in the rumen for a certain amount of time, and those animals have limited amount of time to work on that feed source. So if we can make that more available in a shorter amount of time, we can provide quite a bit of benefit. And really you can see what's happening with conventional starch within that rumen itself. So just a really good quick demonstration of what Enogen does. It's a quick visual because with livestock, obviously you don't always see what's happening. So we've done quite a bit of work over the years with some different universities in the US. So on dairy cattle, and basically what we're seeing, because feed efficiency can mean a lot of different things to people, but when we look at dairy cattle, what we're seeing is when we're providing more energy to these animals, we can actually see an increase in milk production. And it's not just the watering down milk, we're actually seeing an increase in the amount of components, so the amount of butter fat levels as well. So really when we're looking at situations like that, because we're basically feeding these animals the same amount of feed and they're getting more production out of it, that is increasing the feed efficiency. When we move over to beef cattle, we've done a lot of different work here, and we're feeding these beef cattle across different life stages as well. So again, kind of going back to feed efficiency, there's a couple different trials here and different methods we're feeding it. Some are using whole corn or dry rolled corn, some are using steam flaked, and some are using silage. But basically what we're seeing is if we were feeding the same amount of corn or silage, we were actually increasing the amount of average daily gain. In some situations, we reduced the amount of feed that we were giving them, and then the average daily gain stayed the same as it was before. So again, we're getting more production out of the same amount of feed. So when you look at that as a feed source and a cost to an operation, it really makes a lot of sense on the bottom line. Feeding cattle is one of the most expensive part to raising them. They have to eat every single day. So if we can make that more efficient and get more out of the feed that we're already growing, that can really help the bottom line and improve the profitability of the sector. There is some animal health benefits as well, just because we're being more efficient and because the enzyme is converting the starch into sugar. We're not having as much situations of like acidosis, because acidosis occurs when you feed a lot of carbohydrates and a lot of starch, and basically the bacteria within the rumen need to work on that starch and it actually ferments within the animal itself. By having the enzyme do that conversion for us, we're getting away from those situations and actually having healthier animals as well. So really all the work we've done has really shown about a 5% feed efficiency, but exactly what that means can be a little different for each operation, but we always see a benefit from using Enogen. So the nice thing about Enogen, all you have to do to get the benefit from it is switch the corn hybrids you're growing. So the enzyme itself is present in the starch of the corn, but because of how this enzyme works, we have to be very careful about what industries it can enter. We definitely don't want it getting outside of the feed industry. So in Canada, all Enogen is for animal feed only. So when we look at stewardship and why we have it, so because it's converting starch into sugar, if we were to see this enzyme enter any milling operations, so if you're thinking about Tostito chips, different snacks, cereal bars, really anything listed on the slide here, it can actually cause a lot of issues. So as you saw in that video, when we're adding water, when we have Enogen corn, that starch doesn't form, it doesn't gel, it basically breaks it apart. So you can imagine if you had some Tostito chips or something that had Enogen corn enter that mill, they would literally turn to mush and we would not be able to make them. So we want to be very careful that it does not enter the wrong market. Every single facility is a little different, and we don't always know where their corn is coming from. Like not everyone's contracting the corn with the growers, and there's a lot of different corns or different various IP corns out there. Now in Canada, we don't see as much of these. A lot of these happen a lot of this happens in the US, so it's not as big of a concern. But like if there's sweet corn production or something in the area, we want to be very aware of that. We don't want to cause issues with someone else's crop. So that's why we really have a lot of this stewardship to make sure that we're not causing any issues anywhere else. The enzyme itself will not cross-pollinate. We do have tracker kernels within the corn itself, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. That could cross-pollinate depending on the technology. leftover seed in your planter or anywhere on the farm, and you're using that also for other types of corn, that's where the concern could be as well. We definitely don't want that mixing unless we know all that corn's going for feed. So a big part around this is just communicating with everyone. So if you own all the land around and you know exactly what's going on that's not as big of an issue. But if you know you have a neighbor that produces IP corn or sweet corn or something for different markets, you definitely want to get in contact with them and see what their intentions are, because we really just want to make sure this stays in the feed industry only. Like I said, that food grade corn, seed production and sweet corn, we definitely don't want mixing within those industries. And like field locations change, weather and intentions and everything can affect this. So we just want to be up front and make sure those communications are clear. So some of the things we have to just maintaining that stewardship. So one is border rows. So if there is a neighboring crop that we're concerned about, so if your Enogen field was right beside, say, a sweet corn field, we would want a 30-foot of isolation. So we can use NK seed. Basically, it's the same hybrids in some situations, just without the trait. We can use that type of seed to give us a border row, or actual physical barriers like a roadway or anything like that. As long as it's 30 feet, we're safe in that situation. If we are including those border rows within the Enogen field, they get harvested with Enogen as well, put into the silage pit or however you're utilizing it. So it is used that way. And really, when you're looking at equipment, cleaning out equipment, so planter's the biggest one. If you have leftover seeds in that planter, and you're going into an IP crop or a situation where there might be one right beside it, you're going to want to make sure that seed's cleaned out of the planter. Obviously, if you're combining this corn and you're storing it on farm, just being really cautious of the equipment that's handling it and where it's going, and making sure it's clean after using it as well. So there's a little bit more to it for sure, but we want to make sure that we're not affecting any other industries. We're trying to be good neighbors here. And that's also going with keeping it segregated on your farm, obviously not mixing it in a bin with other IPs or other corn varieties as well. So with that situation too, when we have leftover seed, we want to either, well, most likely we'll return that for credit, but we just want to make sure that it doesn't accidentally end up in a field, or if it's just in a pail or a bag where someone doesn't really know what it is and it ends up in the wrong spot. So one thing we have to help prevent any situations with Enogen is we have a tracker system. So we have two tracker systems. The one on the top produces purple kernels, and you can see it's quite randomized. So that system is based. So wherever the pollen lands, within those silks, and it's quite random, that will turn those individual kernels purple. So we've brought in this tracking system. So basically, if a mill or anybody else starts seeing corn come in with purple kernels or maroon kernels, they're going to reject it. So it's a tracking system, so we can prevent ending up in the wrong system. But at the same time, it lets us identify Enogen as well. So like I said, the enzyme itself won't cross-pollinate, but if you have the purple tracking system, and basically because that's in the pollen, that could cross-pollinate to other hybrids on the farm. So that's where we really want to be careful with border rows and how close we are to other fields. The bottom system is a little bit different. So that's a newer system that we're moving towards. So that's an ovule-based system. So it's in the ear itself. So in that situation, the color won't move to other fields because it's not in the pollen being blown around. So it's a better system that way, but still, if you have some or leftover seed in your planter that you don't clear out, that could cause an issue in other fields, and you might see those ears showing up. Now, these tracking systems will make up 3 to 5% of the population within the field. So if you're looking at the top system, about 3 to 5% of the kernels within the entire field will turn purple. With the bottom system, it's about 1 in 20 ears will turn maroon. So two different systems there. They work really well. I've grown both our hybrids on my own farm, and you can see them quite evidently, even within a silage pit. You can still go out and find some color within those kernels. So really nice that way to know what's going on. But it's a nice system to make sure we're not entering those wrong markets. And we have talked to grain companies and made sure that they understand, like, if they see purple kernels coming in on corn, they need to know what it is and like where that's going, and reject it if it's going into the wrong areas. So just really understanding where that fits. One of the things we also have is we map all of our fields with our stewardship process. This is to make sure we know where these fields are. And then we do have a website listed right here on the slide where you can go and look at these fields. So if you're not sure if there's Enogen corn being grown in your area, this is a resource that we can look into to see how close it is, just in case that communication isn't always there. Because again, we want to be upfront and make sure that there's no issues and we're not affecting anybody else's market. So stewardship's a huge part of it. It allows us to bring new technologies to market. Definitely every situation is different, so don't assume anything. If all the corn around is going for livestock feed, well, then that's obviously not as big of an issue in that situation. It's more when you have some of those IP crops that could be going for human consumption or some other market that we really want to be careful about it. Border rows are obviously a very easy tool to use. So they're one option, and definitely if there's a neighbor with that kind of IP crop, we're going to put some border rows in and just be a good neighbor and make sure we're not causing any issues. So that's really where the communication comes from. But yeah, so these are the options we have. And like Enogen itself, like stewardship's a huge part of it. That's why we have the grower contracts to make sure everybody understands what's going on there. That's why we have the mapping system. It's a great technology. It's hugely beneficial to our various livestock industries, especially cattle. And we're always doing ongoing research with that as well, as this is a fairly new technology that's come into Canada. We don't want to lose the ability to use it. If we can increase profitability on a farm or make things more efficient, that's just a win for everybody. But we have to make sure the stewardship is covered. It's not something that's extremely scary. It's just really understanding how it works and why we're doing it. And if there are concerns, feel free to reach out to Syngenta. We're more than happy to talk through it. And like I said, every single situation is a little different. So we just want to be careful in that sense. Communication is key. That's the main thing we want going forward. So with that, I kind of covered what I was gonna just kind of summarize Enogen really quick. I think I went a little quicker than I was intending to. And then just really why we have that stewardship process. But if there was any questions around Enogen itself, the stewardship process, or our corn hybrids that we offer, we would definitely entertain those right now.
Anybody have any questions? Oh, I can hear someone. Yep, go ahead.
As far as your varieties, you say they're more suited for like a grain varieties, or you have corn silage varieties as well, or what would you recommend? Like we do a lot of corn silage and we also do a little bit of snappage there. Would you suggest using it more for where we do snappage and use an alternative for silage, or what would you recommend with your stuff there?
So I'll just chat a little bit about Enogen quick. So one thing with Enogen, we need 50% of the starch present within the TMR to be from Enogen to have enough of the enzyme present for it to work. So the one caveat with that is with silage. So silage, like I'm pretty sure it said it earlier, silage is only about 35 to 40% starch. So if we were to cut silage 50-50, there's not going to be enough of the enzyme present because it has lower starch, and that's where the enzyme is located. So if we're using silage, we need 100% Enogen corn within that silage, within the silage itself to see the benefit. If you're doing a combination of silage and grain corn or in a TMR or rolled corn or whatever you're doing there, we just have to look at the starch levels overall, and just make sure 50% of the starch within the entire TMR comes from enogen to make sure the enzyme is present. I know as we move, like we have lots of different maturity hybrids, so like we can do grain or we can do silage. It just really depends what prefers or what works for your individual operation. But the big thing there is making sure we have enough of the enzyme present. In some situations, if someone just has one big silage pit, what we really would promote in that situation is chopping the enogen field last to get as much of that at the front of the pit. It's not ideal because obviously you're not going to get the full benefit from it, but you would get the benefit at the beginning. If you're bagging silage, that works great too, because it is isolated. You know, when you hit that portion of the bag, it's strictly enogen. There is a time for livestock to adjust as well, I should mention. Like that within 3 days they've adjusted. It's not a big deal that way, but it can take 3 weeks really before we see any change in production or anything like that. It really depends what's going on within those herds of cattle themselves. So like cows are going to look after themselves first. So if there's anything compromising body condition or any underlying health concerns that more energy can help with, those are going to be addressed first before we see any change in production. Genetics obviously play into this. Genetically, the animals can only produce so much. So if that herd is already topped out, we may not see a benefit in production, but we might notice that those livestock are putting on weight or gaining condition. In that situation, maybe we don't need to feed them as much enogen. So it really depends what works for you. There's a lot of different ways to feed it, but the main thing there is knowing that 50% of the starch within the TMR comes from enogen. So hopefully that answered your question.
Perfect. And I don't know if you want to talk a little bit, Brett, about like the fermentation process and how it kind of is different than other varieties of corn.
Yeah, for sure. So typically we put corn or silage into a pit, and the longer we can leave it, the better quality it becomes. So as we leave that silage within a pit, it starts to ferment, and as silage is fermenting, it's converting starch to sugar. So if you can leave silage for 2 years, that's just improving its quality, and it's making it better. So one of the unique things with enogen, because the enzyme is digesting the starch and converting it to sugar, we have a very rapid conversion. So on day 1, we're actually equivalent to 150 days ensiled. So when you're looking at a quality aspect and how to get the most out of that silage, if you're in a situation where you have to feed it quite rapidly, enogen is going to give you a much bigger benefit. As time goes on, as normal corn silage ferments, it does improve the quality and it does improve the starch digestibility. Enogen will always have a boost over top of conventional. The biggest benefit is earlier on. But like I said, like in a lot of situations, weather can affect our feed supplies, and we're feeding that corn silage a lot quicker than we intend to. It's not always possible to leave it for 180 days to let it ferment and improve its quality. So enogen can provide a big benefit there, because if you have to open that silage pit early, or if you're feeding straight off the field, you're going to get more energy out of that feed source right away. So actually improving the quality. The other thing we've seen with enogen is it can actually increase the acetate levels. So it's actually increasing some of the acids that preserve that silage pile as well. So also improving the quality in that aspect as well. So yeah, it definitely has a huge impact in that situation. We would still like to see it sit in the pit for a little while, like 30 days would be ideal. But if there is a situation where you have to feed it right away, enogen is by far the best choice for that. Just to get the best value out of that silage itself. So that's why when I mentioned it a little bit earlier, and I didn't go into depth as much as I should have, but if you have multiple corn hybrids going into the same silage pit, chop your enogen field last and put it at the front of the pit. So when you do start feeding that corn silage, it's going to be the best quality you have right away. And it gives the rest of that silage pit time to ferment and improve its quality. And enogen is going to provide the best benefit up front. So that's one situation where you'd use it. It's not as ideal, just because you will eventually have mixing and not get the full benefit, but at least you'll get it at the start in that situation.
Oh, that's perfect. That's great. Does anybody else have any other questions? If not, then I think Eric was going to talk a little bit about force and how it can play a role.
Yeah, it's just like normal seed treatment on our hybrids is like it's medium rate. So for control of insects below ground, especially in Nova Scotia, it really needs like stronger insecticide. So adding a Force 3G to it will help a lot to control these insects. And the reason why is like if you use a high rate of seed treatment on seed, the seed is going to be good just for a year. And we just talked about like giving, like if you have leftovers, you will take it. So if we use a high rate, then you lose the seed for most of the time for next year because the germination drops really fast. So that's why we can't use it anyway. It's the law is changing a lot on these seed treatments now. You can't use the high rate anymore. So Force 3G will be something that a very good benefit, especially in when you talk about cattle, when you go in field manure and everything. There's a lot of insects below ground that can affect the seed germination and everything. So that if you want the good population for your current silage, it's really important to put everything on that will benefit for you at the end to have the right population and better yields and better control on the insects. That's what I wanted to add at the end there. And other than that, there's some growers that tried it last year and really good comments right now, right at the beginning of the season on feeding with the Enogen, like the benefits you get, more milk. Some cattle, like they get more milk right away, feeding right away with Enogen. Others, like it doesn't mean you're going to have more milk. Sometimes it's just like when you put fresh corn silage, most of the time you'll see a drop. And you'll see a very less drop in milk production, especially in the milk industry. You'll see a lot less drop in milk production using Enogen versus any other fresh corn silage. So that's a big benefit we see right now. And there's good comments in general.
Yeah, and there's a lot of information online. Enogen's been around the US for quite a few years, I think about since 2014. So they've done a lot more work around it than us. You can even see on the map here that the amount of purple fields there south of the border, there's quite a few. So they've done a lot of work around it, dairy and beef. So like definitely if you are curious, don't be afraid to go to Syngenta's website or look up Enogen on Google, and there's a ton of information out there. There's some videos on YouTube around stewardship and stuff like that as well if you have more questions around it. There's a lot of resources out there. And definitely like we're more than happy to work with anyone just to kind of show them the benefits. And definitely even on farm, like feeding it out and tracking like production or starch levels within the manure, that there's all different ways to track it and see what it's doing. So we definitely want to be involved with that or aware of it, just to make sure it's being fed properly and to see why we're seeing that benefit or what the benefit is exactly.
All right, no, that's perfect, guys. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any other questions they want to ask before we take a break? If not, then we'll take a break until 1, where we'll come back with some of our Hort related sessions if everyone wants to join back at 1 o'clock for that. And you use the same link that you used to get onto this meeting right now. All right, we'll see you at 1. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
As long as. Oh, okay. There we go. So what I've seen, where can we make cover crops fit? And we have to remember the agronomics of it, because it's like any other crop. If we're going to be serious about our service crop, we really want them to work. So where we've had the best success is after wheat harvest or small grains, after early vegetables, frost seeding things like red clover into wheat, After corn silage, and I personally think that it should almost be a requirement after corn silage, because just it bothers me to see those pieces of ground that are just bare going into winter. Seeding after late summer, early fall veggies. We've had some pretty good success broadcasting into standing beans at leaf yellow. And you can see that somewhat grainy photo of the spreader going through the beans. That's at the Outdoor Farm Show from a couple of years ago. Where it's been more challenging is interseeding to grain corn and soybeans. And we can talk about that. And we have, it may seem like a long season down here, but there's lots of times that growers are still taking corn off in November and December even. So there's a really short possibility of growth, and even seeding after soybeans. It'll work, but we're just challenged to get enough growth. So if we're thinking about what to choose, what I want to kind of direct you to, there are, and this is a great time to do it, because I don't know about you, but our weather in the next few days is going to turn really crummy again. And it's a good day to just hunker down with the computer as long as you have power. So there's a couple of decision tools that can help with selecting cover crops. One of them is the Midwest Cover Crop Council. So in our case, Ontario and Manitoba are part of the Midwest, but you might also want to look at some of the other states that are involved. They might be a little more applicable. And in the background with this, you can select your state or province. You can select the goals. Why are we growing the cover crop? And it will give you a printout or a chart showing the various cover crops, and then an idea of when we could, get reliable establishment and when there's a risk. And the really cool part is you can see all those cover crops are highlighted. You can actually click on those and it'll bring up a spec sheet that'll give you all the details as far as seeding rates and any other concerns. It's about a page long and sends you on to some other resources. So this is the Midwest. You'll have to be a little bit selective about whether it fits. It is well maintained and it's been reviewed continuously, but it's been in place for more than 10 years, probably about 15. Here's one that was actually developed for Eastern Canada. And it was a project funded by Agriculture Canada. Laura Vineyard and Dean Bass were out visiting all the provinces, and it was based on the Midwest Cover Crop Decision Tool. The challenge is that it was hosted at Ridgetown College, where I work. And unfortunately, because of AODA requirements, so that's the disability access stuff, we've had to take it down. My understanding, though, we've been talking with Ryan Barrett from the potato growers in PEI, and it sounds like PEI might be hosting this in the future. And in that case, it's got individual counties and provinces, so New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, Quebec, and it's got the weather data back behind there for each one of those areas. So stay tuned, that may be available in the near future. In the meantime, though, we do have the Northeast Cover Crop Council. And so you've got Maine and Vermont that aren't that far away. This is laid out a little bit differently. It's laid out by growing zones. So you can calculate where you are for a growing zone, because I know there's a lot of regional differences within each province, just like there is in Ontario. It's an interesting way of looking at it. It's been developed much the same as the Midwest one, except that it's by growing zones rather than by states. So those are some places to find some really good cover crop species information. The only thing is details matter. So you really need to watch what's being talked about and how it's being used. So here's an example, and this is Dr. Lee Breeze. He's a friend of mine from North Dakota. He really zeroes in on you need to know your details, because then you have the opportunity to fix things. And the example I use is cereal rye and annual ryegrass. I will often have growers, not so much now, but certainly I've had growers quite a bit in the past say, I want to grow some of that ryegrass. And then when you start asking questions, they aren't always talking about annual ryegrass. They could be talking about cereal rye, and trying to making sure that we have the differences in the agronomics, because it's important. We've had problems with herbicide resistance with annual ryegrass. It makes a great cover crop for interseeding into corn because it's fairly herbicide tolerant. And strangely enough, because it's herbicide tolerant, it also means it's a lot harder to kill sometimes. And so we are starting to see some resistance. And in corn and soybeans, we can deal with it. But when it starts to show up in small grains and winter wheat, it can become a huge problem, especially if you're growing winter wheat or something like that for a seed crop. It's hard to rogue that one out. So anytime I talk about cover crops, I also want to think about termination. As you're choosing your species and figuring out how it fits, you need to have your plan A and your plan B about how it's going to die. I talk about oats being winter killed here. My oats at home right now are still alive, and that's going to be a challenge. I'm not sure we need to spray and plow them, but there's ways of managing it and having that plan in place. So whether you're depending on winter kill, you're depending on tillage, herbicide, or if you're into an organic system with roller crimping and mowing, those are all possibilities. And there's, of course, lots of combinations. The agronomics of cover crops are still important. Like I said, seed to soil contact matters. And we can do some adjustments just like we would any agronomic crop. But, you know, so our general guidelines, if we go from drilling to broadcasting, we would increase seeding rate 10%. Those kinds of things are important to keep in mind so that you get the stand and it does the job you want it to do. So here's a story. Here's a story of a couple of fields. And there actually is one large field. It was after tomatoes, so I realize that's very much a Southwestern Ontario example, but I really like this one. This is a grower I've worked with for years, and he was in a bit of a hurry, wanted to get this field covered and carry on because he had soybeans coming off, tomatoes coming off. He had lots of other things going on at the same time. So he put a spreader and a drill into the field at the same time. The drill wasn't making enough time, so he really wanted to get it broadcast. This is during my cover crop survey back in 2020. You can see we've got a slightly different stand, and I thought I'm going to take a closer look and just see what's going on. And not surprising, because if you've ever drilled grain, you know the difference between broadcasting and drilling. We get better stand establishment and we get better placement. So that's exactly what we're seeing. He was aiming for the same seeding rate. Didn't quite work out that way, I don't think. Certainly not in terms of success. And then here it is. I followed it up in January. That January, we didn't have a lot of snow. And you can see that we definitely have a different stand. Did it do its job? Yes, because what he was looking for was erosion control. He planted it early enough, it didn't matter. But as we're getting later in the season and for cool conditions, it pays to up the seeding rate, it pays to drill because we're going to get a faster establishment. Some of the plots I've tried and some of the competitions I've had with growers have shown me that it's we can gain a week if we drill, especially if conditions are a bit dry. So that's just an example. Some of the other things that in connection with this, we're also seeing our falls are changing. So climate change in my mind is real. We're not seeing a big change in spring, but this is some work from the New Liskeard Research Station. So a little bit more further north, this is some work that Josh Linzelski has been doing from the University of Guelph. And he's observing, and this goes right along with what we're seeing across the Midwest, fall weather is changing. We're getting warmer, longer, later into the season, which is opening up some more possibilities around cover crops. And he's also saying that the cool part that they're doing is some work screening cover crops for the northern areas, those shorter growing season areas. And not surprisingly, he's come up with some interesting, well, I don't think they're surprising in that we need to choose cover crops that are tolerant to light frosts and grow rapidly in the fall. That's what we're going to do even in the Southwest. But the other part is choose species that are going to leave minimal spring residue, because we're always dealing with those cool, wet soils, and it pays to get on as early as you can with most of our crops. So I always liken cover crops to kind of like brownies. So think in your mind what a brownie looks like. Does it look like this? Does it look like that, or these, or something more like that? We can make cover crops as complicated as we want or as simple as we want. And complicating doesn't always mean better. So I wanted to share a couple of growers really, really quick, because I think I'm almost out of time. This is Gord Ablas. He's a dairy farmer. Actually, I'm going to show you a bunch of dairy farmers because the interesting part is they're dairy farmers and they have very different approaches. So Gord raises dairy cows, milks dairy cows, and he also has a purebred flock of sheep. He is into grazing. So when I went to visit him, his whole farm was green in December. It was totally covered with cover crops that he's going to graze and he's going to harvest. In contrast, here's Matt Coffey, also a dairy farmer. His focus with his cover crops is to grow feed. So in his case, he's growing an oat forage pea mix, and he's applying manure, and he's actually supercharging it with a little bit of nitrogen because he wants to get that growth for forage. And then here's Doug Johnson. Doug's totally different. Another dairy farmer using a multi-mix, fairly light seeding rate actually, after wheat harvest. These guys are all after wheat harvest or small grains, whatever you want to call it. And he's just growing it for soil health and for erosion protection. Totally different approaches. All three are dairy farmers, but they're all using cover crops and managing them within their system. So it's all those different brownies, right? So when we're talking about cover crops, it's really up to you to do your research because it's got to fit into your system. I encourage you to go to field days and, you know, check out talks like this. There's tons of information anymore on YouTube, Twitter. There's the farm program that has cover crop information from the Canadian Organic Council. Read and really talk to people who've been successful and some that haven't been successful. It's always good to know where the problems have been. And so the very basic part, always start small, but treat it like a crop. So put it somewhere where you're going to be embarrassed by it, not back at the back. Start simple. I like winter killed species or simple mixes. Keep it affordable. Take advantage of grants if they're out there, like off-CAF and things like that. But pay attention to the agronomics, target your early harvested crops, termination and a plan B. And then like everything else with farming, you plant, learn, revise, and plant again, and just some patience with it. So let's see, there was a question. I don't know if we're still okay for time or not. Should we be using cereal rye or ryegrass of planting after corn? Cereal rye after corn. Ryegrass is too slow to get going. That would be my thought there, Donnie.
And I have a question. Do you prefer like single species cover crops, or are you more interested in like multi-species cover crops, or does it depend on your goal and what your rotation is?
That's one of those government answers. It depends.
Yeah.
So we've done some fairly large soil and crop improvement association projects looking at multi-species, and I can see the value because you always have something that's going to grow, but those species have to be selected with care. So it still comes back to what's your goal, how does it fit in your system, soil types, all those kinds of things. To me, cover crops are a prescription tool. There are recipes out there. We have recipes within Ontario, the basics getting started, and they tend to stick with single or very simple mixes like oats and radish or rye and radish, depending on the system. But yeah, I get asked what my favorite cover crop is quite frequently, and I always have to kind of do the depends answer.
One other, I guess, a follow-up question is for corn silage, as you mentioned, do you have a favorite cover crop and that you like to see go in with like for a corn silage field?
Yeah, it's going to really depend on how you're using that in the system. Generally, what I'd say with corn silage, we've got some opportunities there. We still have some growing season, but I still usually go to cereal rye because it's going to give us some nice growth. Some of our dairy guys will use cereal rye, and then the next spring they'll use that for forage.
Okay.
And maybe coming back with silage again. So there's a fellow out of New York State who's kind of Tom Kilser. He's kind of profiled that with a rye or triticale as part of a production cycle for a lot of dairy farms.
Okay. I do see there's a new question in the chat. I don't know if you can see that, Anne.
Yep. Is there any issues with cereal rye of planting corn into it in the spring? There can be. There's definitely some issues. Everybody's different in whether they see those issues. So the general recommendation, if you're planting corn into it, is to kill it at least 2 weeks in advance so that we remove the allelopathy, the competition, all those kinds of things. That said, I also have growers I've worked with who are very successfully planting green. It usually means that they're strip tilling or something like that, where they're getting that cereal rye well away from the emerging corn, because the corn tends to see green and see the competition. And also cereal rye, if it's alive, is highly competitive under those warm, wet conditions that we can sometimes turn into in the springtime. So yeah, I see issues with cereal rye. Doesn't mean that they're not manageable, but you have to approach it with that. We need to reduce the competition. We need to get the corn up and not seeing green right off the bat. And we probably need to add some supplemental nitrogen right around that corn. Anything else?
I don't see any questions on my end. If anyone has any questions, they can either enter them in the chat or feel free to unmute yourself.
Yeah, and if you want to have a private conversation, there's my email. And of course, I'm on Twitter.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Anne. Really great presentation, and we really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to come speak with us today.
Super. And I'll go back to my tomato day now.
Awesome. Thanks, Anne.
Okay. See ya. Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Nufarm here to present on retained Maxell and Promelin. Is Blair on?
I think there's a bit of a confusion on Atlantic Standard Time and Eastern Standard Time, so I'm just trying to get them on here quickly.
Okay, we might have to take a 5-minute break or 10 minutes to see if we can get them on. So if anyone needs to refill coffee, tea, get a snack, let's meet back here at 1:40, and hopefully Nufarm gets their time zones figured out. Okay, Nufarm is here. I think it's Blair, is it? Oh,
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can.
Oh, perfect.
I did send everyone on a slight coffee break, but I don't think anyone has left. So I think, Blair, we can just get started.
Okay.
Do you want to start with sharing your screen?
Yeah, let's get that going here. Just 1 second, please.
No worries.
I'm not a proficient Zoom guy. Teams, I know well.
That's totally fine. I'm kind of the opposite. Teams is not my forte.
Tell me if you see that.
It is started. Oh, there we go. You're just not on presentation mode, more like view mode, like if you were going to edit.
Yes, right. Yeah. How's that?
Now we can see if you have any notes.
Oh, okay. Display setting, I think I got to change. Is that better?
Yes, that's great.
Okay.
Awesome. Take it away.
All right. I'm hoping my other I have another person that will join, but he might be a minute or so. He's probably struggling to get on. So I'll get going here and he can stop jumping as when he gets in. So anyhow, my name is Blair Bossuyt. I'm the commercial or manager or key accounts manager for Nufarm covered Eastern Canada. I've been with the company 20 years. Deal with the row, Hort, and specialty markets. So know a little bit to be dangerous on each of these products, but feel free to ask questions. If I can't answer, I'll certainly make sure I can get some answers to you in the future. So, and again, thank you, Allison, for setting this up, and I will proceed. So we have a fair bit of products that fit in the horticultural solution guide. I'd be more than glad to send you solution guides in the future. And these are the products that really kind of relate to our horticultural side of the business. We do have a few insecticides, Danitol, which we just recently received. It's a pyrethroid for spotted wing Drosophila. We don't have a MRLs for the low bush market. Otherwise, we'd have a real big potential. Dipel Centauri, more in the greenhouse side of the business, but there are biologicals, and you know, they're good for, and they're good and safe for any Lepidopteras or those are worms there. So on the herbicide front, I'm going to touch on Chateau EZ and Goal 2 briefly today. So, but we do have a few other products that's in our guide that that fit in the horticultural market. On the fungicides, today we're just going to focus on Excalia. It's our new fungicide for apple scab. But we do have a pretty broad portfolio of products in the horticultural side. Some coppers, Presidio is fairly common product now for specialty markets like cucumbers and other crops. And then Quash is a product we sell in the potato market a little bit. And then Blossom Protect is our product for the apple market for fire blight. And then PGRs, this is really where we have a lot of neat products, and we're going to have another new one coming in 2024 called the Seed. Maxell is our thinners for the apple segment. Proliant and ProGib are products that are used in BC mainly, but mainly for cherry market. And then Promelin is another product that we use for suppressing russeting and typing nest for apples. And then Retain is what we have as our major product, and probably our biggest product in the PGR market in the apples for holding apples on trees. So I got Joe here now. I don't know if he can jump on. Let me know, Joe, if you can jump on.
Yep. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Perfect.
we
All
can
right.
hear you.
Sorry for the confusion, folks. Yeah, so my name's Joe. I'm the sales manager for Nufarm. I've kind of bummed around the industry now for about 20 years. I've worked for Terralink out west in BC, so lots of experience with berry production and high bush blueberries. I've been with Engage Agro for a little bit, and I also grew up on a vegetable farm. So yeah, I've just kind of been asked to fill in a pinch hit a little bit here on Excalia. Right now we have an opening for a Hort rep for Eastern Canada, but we do have an offer out right now as we speak for that position. So hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have a new announcement for somebody coming over to support you guys a little bit better. But yeah, so today Excalia, we launched Excalia last year. We had some issues with the formulation, so we pulled it all back. But really what Excalia is a really strong product for powdery mildew and apple scab. Well, I guess it's registered for suppression of powdery mildew, but it's a really strong product on apple scab. So it's great on both leaf and fruit scab. And if you just back up there a little bit, Blair, you can see it is a group 7. So, not a new group, but it is new chemistry. It's not certified organic before anyone asks. And the nice thing about it is it's very systemic. So you do have phloem mobility, and it is translaminar. And that's really where it shines as a product compared to other products out there. So the next slide, it is registered for sugar beets as well. For Rhizoctonia, I don't think that's a big market for you folks, but what's going on here?
Can you see it now?
I can see your presentation mode.
Okay, see if I can swap it, or is that better?
There we go. That makes way more sense. Go back there a couple slides there, Blair. There we go. Perfect. So it is registered on sugar beets. It is good on Rhizoctonia species, but that's not a big market for you folks from what I understand. So I'll mostly just talk about apples, right? So when it comes to apple scab, you know, there's incidence and severity, and that's kind of where all the information that we have is. So if you go to the next slide, Blair. What this is showing here, and the next few slides will be showing here, is days after application. So this is 7. And what it is, it's just a 35-day or 10 applications basically of a single active sprayed in sequence. Okay, so it'd be 10 applications of just Flint, 10 applications of just Luna, and 10 applications of just Excalibur. And we're comparing that against the untreated check. So, obviously the untreated check, there's quite a bit of incidence. Flint, obviously, an oldie, it used to be a goodie, but there is a lot of resistance out there for scab. And you can see Excalibur after 7 days or so is really comparable to Luna, okay? So as far as severity goes, you can see this basically the same trend. So there are a limited amount of actual incidents on the leaf, and you can see that they're not very severe as well. So when we start going out, the way that these trials are designed is kind of to show if there's a weakness in the chemistry, that you'll see it consistently over time increasing in both incidence and severity. And you can see both Excalibur and Luna are really holding strong in incidence. When we get out to, on the next slide, Blair, 37 days, you can see, Excalibur is doing a great job at holding back that apple scab. And that's really the big thing, right? We're labeled for 2 applications per season. I really think that the application window and where you'd want to fit in Excalibur would be near the end of that application window. So we're labeled all the way from green tip to petal fall. And because, Excalibur is so mobile in the plant, you probably want to get the best bang for your buck with the product later on where there's more green tissue. And again, holding back the incidence all the way up to 37 days. Now, we're going to have probably a much tighter application window, but this is just showing the strength of the product, right? And what does that look like? You can see in the untreated and the Flint, big ugly scabs covering the fruit. That's really what we want to avoid. And both Luna and Excalibur are keeping the orchard clean. And I think that's the strength of it, right? It's a comparable product to Luna. We have a little bit of information saying it is slightly more mobile in the leaf. So I mean, if you have a period of poor weather coming up, I would say that's where you want to get Excalibur on ahead of time. It's going to be a great preventative product. It doesn't have any reach back. But the nice thing is it does move all the way into that new growing green tissue, right? So control of powdery mildew, like I said before, it's only registered for suppression. But when we do trials, it's, not slightly poorer control here than Luna, but statistically, they're both in the same group for incidence. And then I believe the next one shows a similar for severity. So yeah. So this is, like I said before, where it really shines is it is very mobile in the plant. It is a product that, if you have petal fall and you want to kind of seal up some of those scars and then have, the product move into the green tissue as it keeps growing, this is a great fit. It is a little more pricey than some of the other products out there. It's around $50 an acre at full SRP. And that's like why I'm saying, get the best bang for your buck, put it on as late as possible or just before a period or a patch of poor weather where you may not be able to get into spray or may have an infection period. And that, you'll be really happy with it. All the plots and all the trials that we've done have been pretty consistent, and the feedback from extension here in Ontario has been pretty positive. So that's about it for Excalibur, folks. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer it. And if not, I will get back to you as quick as I can. Okay, thanks.
There is one question in the chat,
Okay,
and someone asked, is Excalibur being considered to be registered for berries?
which berries? Low bush blueberries, are we asking?
I'm assuming probably strawberries.
Okay, so right now, that I know of, I don't think it is. It's not, is it, Blair?
No.
No. So I mean, if there's a reason for that, or we can maybe get some support from you folks, we would probably look for a minor use in that. But I can follow up offline if you want to shoot me an email about that.
Awesome. I don't think there's any other questions on Excalibur right now.
Okay. Hey, how are we doing for time? I think we got about, we'll try to fit the schedule as we can, Allison, here in light of everything here. We got 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, a little more, but if there's, I think we could probably flex a little bit with
Okay.
5 minutes, if that works for you guys.
Just good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
So anyhow, I'm gonna switch gears here. I'm not gonna put my camera on because it's just for quality bands. So I'll try at the end when the presentation is completed. You know, we have a new product called Chateau EZ. You're probably familiar with Chateau WDG. You know, we are changing. We had a bit of I guess an official launch and change late last fall, but excuse me. But when you look at it, it's going to be a new, better formulation. We've gone to many easy formulations in our row crop segments with our products like Valterra and Triactor and Bifecta. Not here to talk about row, but our next big phase was with this product here with Chateau EZ. So what is Chateau EZ? It's a liquid, an easy formulation. It's going to come in a package that's 4 by 910 milliliters. I believe the package size is very equivalent to the old WDG. So if you're asking, you know, rate per rate or acres per acre or hectare per hectare, it's very similar. The tank mixes we can do with this one is glyphosate, carfentrazone, glufosinate where possible. And those products are registered in that crop you're targeting. We actually have 2 windows of application. There's a fall, which is very big for us in Western Canada, and we're gaining some popularity as well in some small crop segments for putting fall application on. And then also there's a spring application. You know, so right now I think the product is probably used more so in the spring, but I think there's a fair bit that's also used in low bush blueberries for late summer, fall as well. So what crops can Chateau be used on? Obviously, we've initially launched it in the true vines and berry crops. Vegetables, I think there's you know, as provided you're using a hooded boom, you can try some of this in certain vegetable segments. It is newly registered on hops and garlic. I know hops are not a big crop, but you know, and garlic, but we did get it through I believe minor use with those 2 crop segments. So that's been a plus for us with Chateau. Usage notes, always refer to label. It does need some moisture to activate. I'll touch on this a little bit later. And tank mix with an appropriate burn down herbicide, which I touched earlier. You know, great product for a lot of broadleaves, maybe not so much grasses, and that's where you maybe want to throw in a grass herbicide, depending on registration to a crop. And then the last note is really important. Do not disturb the soil after application. We always use the analogy, it's like a cellophane that you're putting on top of the soil. It protects everything, but once you disturb that the soil, then you're allowing the weed seeds to break open. Weed control, you know, obviously the most common weeds that we have. It's been gaining a lot of popularity in Western Canada and IBM for weeds like kochia, but you know, this is a great product, and we sell it in all crop segments for its strength on nightshade and lamb's quarters and pigweed, and I believe it's used in the you know, in the low bush blueberry for wood sorrel and for moss even suppression. So that's probably where you've heard of maybe Chateau used in that crop segment, but very popular on a lot of broadleaf weeds. Why spray in the fall? Potentially, we have seen a market opportunity that arise for us in, and I'll give an example in asparagus. we were putting Chateau, the dry formulation, then on in spring and running into some crop injury on asparagus. But what we found is two things. When we applied it in the fall, we didn't see no crop injury. Keep in mind that Chateau breaks down by microbial activity mainly. So, putting it on in the winter conditions, or, as long as it's not going to run off, it doesn't break down until, the timing that it's needed. And we see some pretty good control at that timing. So there has been some key examples that we've switched to a fall winter application, and asparagus is a good example of that. As far as the weeds, I touched on that already. We do get some winter annuals and some perennials that actually we still are trying to get flumioxazin or Chateau registered as a desiccant in some market segments. So it does have some pretty good activity really on winter annuals because of that reason. And insects and disease, obviously, getting rid of those weeds at those fall timing, a weed like chickweed is a good example. If you can control it in the fall, get it out of the way, then it doesn't harbor any other insects to lay their eggs there and cause an issue to a future crop. So how does it work? I'll just touch on this quickly. It really does provide a herbicide layer on the soil that controls as they germinate and as they emerge. And we have seen some visual pictures, where a weed, seedling starts and then it just burns it right out. So that's kind of how it works. It does need moisture, as I mentioned, and that's where fall applications are a real advantage, because you're always going to have some moisture before the spring. Again, avoid incorporation or soil disturbance. That's I guess the word on the nose of the product, but is that you cannot disturb that soil once it's on if you want to keep that long layer of weed control for multiple weeks. And it's very stable in the soil. I mean, we use this in the potato market as a rotation with soybeans for the very reason is that there's really not many crop rotation restrictions with Flumi or Chateau. It's one of the safest products out there for crop rotation flexibility. So I always keep that in mind. It's, you're not going to run into issues like other chemistries. But again, we got a fall, and I mentioned winter, and then spring is probably our most prominent timing. We still use in row crops and other segments as well. So it's on asparagus. I've been touching on asparagus. Obviously flea bane is a big issue in Ontario. I don't think it's so bad in the Maritimes yet. It's coming your way, and it's pretty good on that one. Dandelion suppression, if they're not majorly sized dandelions, we see pretty good control. We don't talk a lot about flumioxazin and grass control, but we do see some pretty impressive grass suppression with this product, particularly on the foxtail species. You'll see some really good activity on Chateau. When you get into more tougher weeds, then we'll probably need another residual added. When I say residuals added, one thing I will make a special note on: do not mix, and I know this happens in Hort as well, any group 15 chemistry. So I'm talking Dual or Frontier as examples. When you mix a Flumi with those two, it causes quite a reaction, and it actually causes major crop injuries. So we would recommend maybe other chemistries like Prowl, or going in post-emerge with a grass herbicide. And then Chateau on low bush blueberries, applied to dormant blueberries at that time. This is always in the off year of the low bush blueberry. Do not make more than 2 applications in a growing season. Apply Chateau to dormant plants, again, as I mentioned, on that off year for low bush blueberries. And as I mentioned, a little higher rates if you want to, kind of get things suppression, or, on mosses and wood sorrel, the 2 tougher ones. I think that's quite common in this crop. Chateau on garlic. I won't touch on the weeds again, but we do have the registration on garlic if there's some market out there. And on apples, pears, and trees, this is a real growing market. We've been selling out of this molecule for the last few years for this market segment alone. It seems to be gaining a lot more popularity just because of the some of the issues with the other residual products that you can use in this market for crop injury, or I guess orchard injury. But this one's pretty good, particularly in apples. It's a fairly safe product, and you know, great for keeping floor management in those crops. So I'm going to switch gears and talk about goal 2 here in a second, but is there any last quick questions on Chateau EZ?
There's a question, another question on Caleigh, if you guys have time, and then there is a question on Low Bush Chateau. So
if there, we'll try to do this quickly. If it takes longer, we may have to get back to you, but go ahead.
Okay. It just says, with the recent label changes on Mancozeb, is Caleigh a good early season fit for scab?
I would say yes. The only thing that you might want to take a look at is the price, to be honest with you. It's around $50 an acre, so it's going to be a little bit different cost than Mancozeb, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what you're putting down at that time, or sorry, in your spray schedule, it might be worthwhile to maybe bump a few of your later sprays up and then position your Caleigh more towards when you have greener tissue.
Okay. And then the Chateau question is, some low bush blueberry growers have been wondering if adding a surfactant such as merge would help with the suppression of moss with their Chateau.
I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt. I mean, I guess, you know, the only question I don't have an answer to, and maybe we'd have to look at it, is, you know, how much crop injury would you get out of it? I do realize it's dormant time, but, you know, every time you add a pretty hot surfactant, like whether it's merge or our product carrier, there's always that risk, right? So as far as efficacy on the moss, absolutely. As far as the crop injury, I think we would have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, awesome. Though, oh, one more question. Can it be put on blueberries now for a winter application, the Chateau?
That's a good question. I think as we were mentioning, we're getting into other crop segments. I'd like to get back to you on that one, and maybe we need to do a few trials, but I would think that that's maybe a good long-term opportunity, just in the sense that it spreads the workload. And you're absolutely right. We see a lot better crop safety when it's applied fall or winter. So let me, I think I'll have to just give you an answer back from our tech service group, Allison, on that one. You know,
Yeah.
as far as what they thought, but I would certainly be excited to maybe even do a few trials on that, because that would be a great timing as far as, you know, spreading the workload.
Awesome. Well, I think those are it for those.
Okay.
So we can move ahead.
All right. So a few years ago, Nufarm had purchased the oxyfluorphane product from DuPont. So, you know, they were the company selling it, or Corteva, I guess now, selling this product, but we took it on the Helm on Goal 2X about 2 years ago. So don't have a lot of experience on it, but we just wanted to make you aware we have it. We seem to be in, again, a sellout situation or tight situation. We're bringing in a lot more in 2023. But, you know, it does fit in the market segments that you guys are playing in. And I thought I'd just touch base on it briefly. So it is a herbicide. Again, I mentioned it's oxyfluorphane. It's in the group 14 chemistry. So we seem to have a lot that fit in that category. There is opportunities to tank mix, but let us know what you're thinking so we can delve into it a little bit. I know there's people using products, you know, that that kind of fit in that onion market, I guess, that they want to mix and match, and we would just have to get back to you on that. You for pre-emerged weed control, you know, irrigation is maybe required. It does need a bit more moisture, I believe, than even Chateau. So keep that in mind. Apply when weeds are at 2 to 4 leaf. This is pretty touchy. You can't really push beyond that window. So you have to get this when weeds are small and actively growing. So what crops can Goal 2 be used on? Raspberries, that's BC only. High bush blueberries, strawberries, broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, onion, and shallots. The weeds that it controls are purslane, redwood pigweed, lamb's quarters are the big ones. Again, a little bit on field pansy and wood sorrel, and some suppression on lady slum and eastern black nightshade. You can ban this product, for cost efficiencies, but again, refer to banding labels and rates. And apply post-emerge in 2 to 4 leaf stage on high bush blueberries in this example. On strawberries, apply as a single spray mulch to dormant plants. So this has to be sort of the fall market or before the plants, probably a little too late when we get into spring. And again, 1 application per season. We have quite a few strawberry growers. I know even my local area I live that are big fans of Goal for that reason. They use it there. Goal 2 on broccoli, cauliflower, and cabbage. This is a transplant in most cases. So a little more touchier. Use the lower rates. It does have a rate range, as you can see there, when you're getting into coarse textured soils. When the soils are heavier, which probably not as much when you're transplanting, you go to higher rates. And then again, this is one you have to watch with group 14s applied with a product like Duo. Watch it very carefully because it exacerbates the injury when you get using the 2 together. Dry bulb onions. Again, this is maybe where you guys fit in a bit more in this market potential. Weeds are small. Application can be made to onions when they're 2 fully developed true leaves. I know when you get beyond that, you get a lot more crop injury. Repeat applications as needed. This is one crop you can do that. And crop injury, again, is something you must watch a little bit when you're getting into, young succulent onions, and they can burn a little better or more so, but usually not, usually they pull out of it pretty good. So that's a little bit on Goal 2X. You can see that we're kind of fairly new to the product as we inherited it, but I just wanted to make sure that we are the point of contact on this product, and we're the ones selling it now. And we'd be more than happy to give our tech service person's number if you've got any specific questions as it relates to Goal 2X. That's pretty much it. The only thing I was going to mention briefly, and I don't have a slide on this, just so you know, we are coming out with a new thinner PGR product in 2024. It's going to be called a seed. The chemistry is ACC. And the big advantage of this one is right now you're probably capped out at a size of thinning at around 10 to 12 millimeters. To get rid of the fruit, with the exception of the king fruit. And with this product, we can go as high as 20, and even a little stretching in that a little bit. So it's going to be a product that will be your last window of opportunity for thinning. We're looking at a couple of options where you can maybe use an early thinner like Maxell and then come back with a seed, or just use a seed alone when we get into rescue treatments. And that happens quite often because the timing can be very quick for the fruit set size to be from anywhere from 8 to 10 can sometimes be just as much as a day that changes. So we're pretty excited about it. We're doing some trial work on it. If there's anybody that's interested in maybe trying a trial, maybe send me an email back. I can't promise that. We only have so many what we call research authorizations on this one, but it would be a great chance hopefully to get one down your neck of the woods to have a look at it. We do know that it's very somewhat specific on varieties as to where we see better action than others. Ambrosia's is an example where they seem to see a great fit for it. So anyhow, that's kind of it. We'll be doing lots of training of that coming next winter when we have our new resource in place, and very excited about this. It's been in the US for 3 years, and you know, it's probably becoming more than one of the prominent fruit thinners that we're seeing in the US right now. So that kind of concludes. I'll stop sharing here and maybe I can jump on here for a second.
Awesome.
My video. There you go. Sorry, I'm a little dark there, but is there any questions? And I guess I'm glad we got this in here, Allison, in the last second here. So glad it all worked out. So
I don't see any questions in the chat. Feel free, anyone, to unmute yourselves if you have any questions for Blair and Joe. Okay, hearing none. Thank you guys very much for hopping on and going over some of your products. We really appreciate it.
yeah, and appreciate your time, everybody, and thanks for letting us do this. It's a great opportunity to get our message across to you folks. So again, thank you very much from Joe and I, and thank you, Allison, for setting this up.
Awesome. Okay, we're gonna move right along.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
See you, folks.
Yeah. Moving right along, we now have Caleigh from Fruit and Vegetable Growers of Canada with us this afternoon, and she is going to present on registration changes for 2023. So Caleigh, you can share your screen whenever and take it away.
Sounds great, thanks. All right, how does that look?
That's great, awesome.
All right, perfect. I apologize in advance if I have to mute and cough. I am recovering from a cold and it's a long recovery time apparently on this one. So thanks for having me. My name is Caleigh Hallink-Irwin. I'm the manager of crop protection at the Fruit and Vegetable Growers of Canada. And yeah, as was mentioned, I'm going to talk about registration and reevaluation changes for this year and what their impact is going to be on fruit and vegetable growers. So the Fruit and Vegetable Growers of Canada, you may have known us previously as the Canadian Horticultural Council. In 2022 at our AGM, we rebranded our organization and launched our new logo and our new name. So the change from CHC to FVGC was a strategic change aimed at ensuring that government and industry stakeholders and the general public knew exactly who we represented, which wasn't always clear with our former name. I used to get people emailing me and asking me about their rose bushes in their backyards. So just a little bit of clarity. So this tied in nicely with our 100th anniversary as well. We're celebrating our centennial. So an overview of what we're going to talk about today. So the big one right now is Mancozeb, which is the new labels have come into effect as of November. Then we'll talk about upcoming reevaluations that will be affecting growers, things the PMRA might be publishing this year. Then we'll talk about some of the PMRA activities and why they are so bogged down right now and what they're working on. And then we'll wrap up with what FVGC is working on right now and how things are looking into the future. So starting with Mancozeb or Manzate, in 2018, the PMRA published the Mancozeb proposed reevaluation decision in which all uses were proposed to be canceled. So this caused obviously a huge amount of panic and outrage. A task force was assembled, and this was growers, grower groups, academia, registrants, industry, aerial applicators, tons of agricultural stakeholders. And I was working on the horticultural front, the fruit and vegetable front, to figure out how the risk cup could kind of work. So in this, I sent out hundreds of surveys to members of what was then CHC. So thank you so much to any of you who may have filled them out at the time. I know this was a while ago, so you may not have remembered. There's been lots of surveys since. But we had a lot of members who filled in surveys and charts and helped shape our comments, and we were able to submit a pretty thorough data package to the PMRA, and we're really grateful for that because those efforts really made a difference in the outcome of the array evaluation. So with all this stakeholder comment and new data submitted to the PMRA in 2020, it resulted in revisions to the risk assessments, and this resulted in change. So in 2020, they published their final decision, which resulted in changes to the use patterns, and cancellation of a lot of uses, but it wasn't the same widespread cancellation that we saw before. So everyone was given 2 years to update their labels and comply with these new regulations, including users. So as of November 2022, we are now under the new label rules. So I'm going to talk about the changes, and I'm going to go into depth in the actual, like in the crops, like the important fruit and veg, what it actually means. But overall, acceptable for continued use was foliar applications on potatoes, apples, onions, sugar beets, ginseng, field cucumbers, field tomatoes, grapes, pumpkin, squash, and melons, excluding watermelon. And in-furrow application on onions, which, considering we were coming from a place of total cancellation, this was definitely a victory. Fruit and vegetable uses that were canceled, largely due to lack of support from the manufacturer, were all seed treatments, including potato seed treatments, greenhouse use, pears, carrots, celery, lettuce, watermelon, and the wettable powders or dusts. And this is when the labels kind of start getting extra interesting. So there was a lot of risk mitigation measures put in place. I'm going to do a quick overview of these, and then I'll do a little, as I said, I'll zoom in a little bit more on some fruit and veg crops. So this was like reduced use patterns, new post-harvest intervals, added engineering controls, increased PPE, no handheld equipment allowed, longer REIs. They picked out certain activities that had longer REIs than others, revision or revocation of MRLs, and then buffer zones. So with those buffer zones, make sure you're checking your label. They're very specific now, based on crop, based on application. So make sure you check your label that you're complying with the new buffer zones. So this is sort of the big summary of what the label changes look like for a lot of the fruit and veg crops. And I'm going to go through this line by line, so don't get totally overwhelmed by this just yet. So we'll start with potatoes. So previously there were no maximum applications. So there is a maximum number of applications of 8 per year. The PHI previously was 1 day, and it is now 3. Excuse me. For apples, the label previously did not have sort of this maximum rate per hectare. So we now have a definitive maximum rate per hectare, only 4 applications per year. And the re-entry intervals based on activities. So this is a 35-day REI for hand thinning, but for all other activities, it's 12 hours. And this is based on data, the dislodgeable foliar residues, what comes in contact with the hands. And side note, this is a project that FEGC is working on to get the PMRA more data on gloves and bare hands. But so for apples, the PHI is now 77 days instead of the previous PHI of 45 days. So for onions, there is a lower maximum use rate, and the new REIs, again, based on activities. So we have hand weeding, the REI is now 1 day, and all others are 12 hours. And the old PHI was 10 days, and the new one is now 14 days. Grapes, again, we have a lower maximum use rate with only 1 application per year. This is one of the ones where the new REIs based on activities really came into play. So anywhere from 21 days, 7 days, 1 day, based on what exactly is going on by hand in the field. The old PHI was only 30 days, the new PHI is 66 days, so that's more than double the old one. So for pumpkin, squash, melons, It's mostly the same, just a cap on the maximum applications per year of 3, and that there's no liquid formula, that pumpkins and squash are not on the liquid, the Manzade Max label. And again, no watermelons. So moving on from there, so the PMRA, obviously the reevaluations are always churning. So we'll go through some of the last year reevaluations that got published that you may or may not have heard of, and then the ones that we're going to be looking to see published in this coming year. So FVGC monitors all the reevaluations that are ongoing that affect fruit and vegetables, or that are coming up in the next 2-ish years. So these are all the ones I'm keeping my eye on right now, which is very overwhelming. Don't panic about this. We'll have this chart in our AGM annual report, and I can distribute a copy to anyone who's interested. So if you want to note down my contact information or talk to Alana or anything, and I can distribute these charts if you want to have an idea of what's coming up and what we're keeping our eye on. So as I said last year, so PMRA reached out to FVGC and requested use information on 4 products. So chlorothalonil, phorate, fluazanam, and methoxyfenozide. This is really good that the PMRA comes to us for this use information. And I'm talking about it now because we can expect the proposed reevaluation decisions to be published in the relatively near future for these chemistries, or in the case of chlorothalonil, it has already been published. So FVGC prepared bilingual anonymous surveys of the use of these products on fruits, vegetables, potatoes, and we're very thankful to anyone who completed them. If you received any of these last year, thank you. These data, we keep them completely anonymous and we compile it all and send it to the PMRA, and it helps them make realistic risk assessments, and it helps products survive the reevaluation process. And without this information, the PMRA has to make the most conservative assumptions about the use of these chemistries. So it's great that the PMRA comes to us and that they get this information. And it's really great when we have growers helping us out and filling out our surveys so we can provide that information with the most modern, up-to-date, accurate information to the PMRA. Last year, the PMRA published some notable reevaluations. These 4, in good news, they were all approved for continued use. So quizalofop, P-ethyl, so Assure, zoxamide, Bacillus subtilis, and pixoxystrobin, those were all approved for continued use. In less good news, there was chlorothalonil, and this is the proposed reevaluation decision. This isn't the final decision. So PMRA proposed to cancel all uses of chlorothalonil due to health and environmental risk. So this would affect carrot, parsnip, potato, onions, brassicas, tomatoes, asparagus, high bush blueberries, cherry, sweet corn, peach, nectarine, and cranberries. And FVGC, again, we did the surveys of actual use and we submitted a comment on that, and we can anticipate the final decision coming out sometime in the next probably few years. For now, there's no change. There's been no official label changes. It's just the proposal. So we'll see what happens with the final decision, and hopefully we do see some movement on the final decision. So upcoming this year, things that we can anticipate the PMRA publishing this year. So these are the final decisions that we've seen the proposed, and now we're awaiting the final. They're scheduled for this year. So the decision on the pyrethrins, which actually is being published today. I haven't seen it pop up in my email box yet, but it's being published today. And tebuconazole. Both of these were largely approved for continued use. It shouldn't have too much of an effect on commercial growers. With pyrethrins, the commercial uses were all acceptable for continued use. It was the home formulations that were not. But for a commercial grower, hopefully it shouldn't have too much of an effect, but we'll see what the final decision is. Again, those proposed decisions that they are currently working on and we should see published possibly this year But again, the PMRA schedules are all over the place right now. I'm letting you know, so it won't be a surprise if I pop up this year asking for help with filling out surveys for use information. But we are anticipating azoxystrobin, fenbuconazole, abamectin. Abamectin actually just got published yesterday, and it wasn't too bad. Clothianidin, thiamethoxam, dual magnum, and dicamba. We anticipate these proposed reevaluations being published this year, and we don't necessarily know what they're all going to look like. So the PMRA right now is very involved in their transformation project. If you have or have not heard of this project, I'm going to do an overview of it so you guys see what's going on, why the PMRA is so sort of overwhelmed right now, and FEGC is doing a lot of work engaging on this. So there have been several iterations of this transformation project since 2018. So since 2018, PMRA has sort of acknowledged that their reevaluation process is not really working for anybody. It's an enormous amount of work. It's a lot of slow work. It causes a lot of outrage anytime anything is published from all stakeholders. So there was the acknowledgement that it isn't really working very efficiently or very effectively at the moment. So they have been looking at how to fix it. And FEGC has been engaged on that since 2018. But in the summer of 2021, there was a very unscientific but passionate reaction to an MRL increase, largely started by the environmental NGOs. And this resulted in a ministerial announcement of a lot of funding towards this, but it does have some catches because it's a ministerial announcement, and the transformation project has kicked off full force since then. So the PMRA was given $42 million, and this transformation project basically was given its 3 essential pillars. So the first is to further strengthen environmental and human health protection through modernized business practices, to improve transparency and access to information, and to increase the use of real-world data and independent advice. And a part of these efforts, especially that last one, they're considering opening the Pest Control Products Act and have assembled a science advisory committee. And we'll talk about those ones in a minute. So the good in the transformation. So we have been lobbying for PMRA to get more money to basically reevaluate their reevaluation program for years. And all 3 of these pillars can bring many benefits to the reevaluation process: the modernized business practices, transparency, early engagement. And the PMRA are seriously attempting to make the reevaluation process more efficient and for it to be based on more real-world Canadian data. So these data include pesticide use information and water monitoring data, and which would enable the PMRA to make their decisions based on actual Canadian conditions and data instead of conservative computer models or pulling data from other countries like the States, who have similar but very different use patterns and climatic conditions than we do. So overall, this ideally will result in losing fewer products in reevaluation, which is overall great news. The less good news, I do have concerns about the environmental NGOs and the non-agricultural involvement. So they are very engaged, very loud in consultation. And there's this science advisory panel, which I mentioned, which has been assembled to provide independent advice. And it has all academics, and not to speak ill of the academics, because we have great academics in agriculture. But the ones that are on this panel have almost no practical ag experience. So this panel, their mandate is to provide Health Canada with independent scientific advice to support evidence-based decision-making on pesticide health and environmental risk and value assessments, as well as development of risk management options. And they review scientific information pertaining to certain Health Canada pesticide evaluations. So there are concerns about the red tape, further inefficiencies when they're trying to make it more efficient, and the agricultural inexperience on this panel. On top of it, I talked about that as part of this, they might be opening the Pest Control Products Act. And we, along with the other ag stakeholders, have said that to us, the act is fit for purpose. But the environmental NGOs want to see a lot of changes. So we do have concerns that the NGOs could use it to further restrict the use of crop protection tools, which would be concerning. And so we have told the PMRA, and we all want to protect human health and the environment, but growers need continuing access to crop protection tools, to pesticides that are essential to crop production and Canada's food security. So as I said, we believe that the act is fit for purpose, but there could be some advantages in being made to the regulations or PMRA's policy that could increase some efficiencies, but there's a balance. Lastly, the PMRA is having a really hard time. They are dealing with all of this. There is a new assistant deputy minister and all of her staff that have been airlifted into the PMRA to do this transformation project. A lot of the PMRA's work is going towards this. They are being sued. I think there are 3 ongoing lawsuits from environmental NGOs to the PMRA right now. They are treading water as best they can right now, but they are having a really hard time. So in all of this, the PMRA has assembled the Transformation Steering Committee and 5 technical working groups. So these technical working groups are modernized business processes, transparency, water monitoring, pesticide use data, and maximum residue limit technical working groups. FEGC has a representative on all of them. And these working groups, we've attended more than 45 meetings over the last year for these committees and technical working groups. And we are speaking up on behalf of growers at all of these meetings. So overall, while I do have concerns about some of the non-agricultural involvement, but the increased reevaluation efficiency and efficacy and PMRA collecting real Canadian data will definitely benefit growers, especially if it leads to losing fewer chemistries and reevaluation. And overall, the ag sector is really unified in our messaging, and we continue to be really heavily involved with this. Sorry, excuse me again. So with all of that, I'll let you know what we're working on right now, and how you can contribute and let your voice be heard. So overall, our priority is often crop protection advocacy. In all of our meetings on the Hill and all of our meetings, we try to educate our MPs, other stakeholders about crop protection and growers' needs. These include Pest Management Center funding. So this is something I haven't totally gone into depth on, but this is an ongoing priority. I hope all of you are familiar with the PMC, and they are absolutely critical for getting crop protection products registered on fruit and vegetables in Canada. And they have not had a budget increase in more than 10 years. No inflationary increases, no nothing. So a couple of years ago, PMC did a third-party capacity analysis, and then they've had to drastically cut down on the number of projects they could take on a year because their budget is effectively shrinking. So we have been actively lobbying for a $5 million increase to their budget to account for that 10 years of catch-up, the backlog of projects, bringing them back up to normal and to account for inflation as well. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much success with that yet. The overwhelming sort of feedback from government right now is that nobody has any money. But this is incredibly important to growers. This is incredibly important specifically to fruit and vegetable growers. This is how we need to get more products registered. So we continue to work on that for PMC. For PMRA, what all we've touched on. So this is PMRA funding. This funding, that $42 million that they were granted, was only for 3 years. So they have nothing guaranteed, and this ends in 2024. So they have nothing guaranteed after that, but they would need continuous funding to maintain their new activities. So like the water monitoring, like the pesticide use information gathering. So we're not really sure what's going to happen with that after the money ends in 2024. With the PMRE, of course, after that, the transformation project, we're very involved in the engagement and consultation and keeping our finger on reevaluations, surveying growers, commenting when necessary, try to reduce the products that we're losing in the process. So to end my presentation, I would like to give a quick mention to our upcoming AGM in Vancouver in 2 weeks. We'll be ending our centennial celebrations with a big bang. We'll finally be in person again. Registration can be found on our website, and hopefully some of you might be there. That would be great. It would be really nice to see you. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I look forward to any questions, and feel free to send me an email, or I can distribute that, as I mentioned, that reevaluation chart with 5 pages of reevaluations. I can also distribute that to anybody who's interested.
Awesome. Thank you, Caleigh. Does anyone have any questions? Again, feel free to unmute yourself or send them in the chat. I don't see anything in the chat right now. If not, then that is great. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come and present to us.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Awesome.
And I will stop sharing somehow.
There. Awesome. Thanks, Caleigh. So up next is Jason from Blair. Just wondering if he is on. I don't see him. Okay, maybe we will take another 5-minute break and give Jason a bit of time to get on here and hopefully start back up around 2:40-ish.
Hello.
Hey, Jason.
Sorry, got the time screwed up.
That's totally fine. I actually told everyone we'd come back at 2:40, so I guess technically you were right on time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm good to go. I can.
Okay, awesome. Jason, you can share your screen whenever. Jason works for Bayer and he's going to go over the product lineup for 2023.
All right, just 1 second. I'm going to start sharing here. Just give me the thumbs up when it looks good. Anything there yet?
No, I don't see anything. Oh, there. Awesome. That looks great.
Good to go?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So yeah, my name's Jason McCuaig. I'm the Regional Sales and Accounts Manager for Bayer Crop Science. That would be from Toronto East. So I have a beard and I'm balding, but and I look like him a little bit maybe, but I'm not Graham Kempton. So in terms of background, Graham certainly would have a lot more fruit and veg horticultural background than I would. My background's more in corn and soy and wheat and row crop. I came from the Monsanto side of things in the merger, but Graham was away this week and he asked me to fill in, so I'll do my best. I will say that any sort of pointed questions on some of the technical aspects, I may have to defer to him and get back to you, but I will do that. And if it comes to be that you have some questions, we'll get them answered at some point. Just a quick thing, I guess, on Bayer Crop Science and horticulture in general. When the two companies came together, Bayer and Monsanto, that was a big merger, obviously, and took a little while for us to get strategy pointed in the right direction overall. One thing that certainly maybe didn't get the attention that it needed was horticulture overall. And in the last, call it year, I guess, and then just most recently in the last 6 months, Bayer has made a much more concerted commitment to horticulture overall. We've actually gotten to a spot where we have created a role called fruit and veg sales agronomist. Now, in the short term, Graham's title will have changed to fruit and veg sales agronomist. The short term, not great news, I guess, is that we haven't actually got him some extra support to change his day-to-day, but going forward, before the end of this calendar year, I would say we are going to do that. So there's going to be some extra support coming to the Maritimes that'll allow us to focus heavily on fruit and veg. So good news from the company overall that we're really putting the effort into fruit and veg. So just a little blurb, I guess, corporately as to where we see fruit and veg in the near future and long-term future. So what Graham asked me to do, we do have a pretty broad portfolio, so I'm not going to go over every product we have, but a little bit on new stuff. So Minuet fungicide will be the first one I'll talk about, which is new. And then B, some products that are kind of up and coming. They're not necessarily brand new. We've had them for a couple of years, but have some newness to them in terms of label and crops and that sort of thing. So those two would be Vaego insecticide and Vellum Prime nematicide. So those two, we'll go through those a little bit. And then in terms of label updates, which there's a series of those, and those are quick hitters. I'll go through them relatively quickly, but some label updates that folks should be aware of on things that have changed there. So that in a nutshell is what I'm going to walk through, and I'll try and do that in the next 25 minutes or so. So Minuet biological fungicide, so is just that. It's a biological, and it is a fungicide. For those of you that have used Serenade soil in the past, essentially everything that you have come to expect from Serenade soil, you'll see in this product Minuet with a much better user experience. So I'll walk through exactly what that means here in the next couple of slides. So Minuet, soil applied biological fungicide, offers suppression of Fusarium, Phytophthora, Pythium, and Rhizoctonia. And those are all the same diseases controlled by Serenade soil. So again, nothing new to learn in terms of what this product does, but there is a little bit to learn in terms of how to use it and how easy it is to use. So the use rate is low. It's very low. It's a third of the rate of Serenade soil. So you're looking at less product, which, you know, Serenade soil, if we had one complaint on Serenade soil, that was it, that it was quite bulky as far as use rate. And we'll talk about what that is here in a second. Plant establishment and vigor. My little bit of familiarity with Serenade soil is in potatoes. And if you saw that product in action in potatoes, you'd know that vigor is the key attribute visually. So you see a definite impact there. And I think the whole same holds true for all the other fruiting vegetables that it applies to. So yeah. So what it does too, as far as its activity, a little more technical, I guess, is that it colonizes the root and allows it to uptake nutrients and solubilize those nutrients a lot easier, and helps protect it from outside stresses. So I'll skip to the next slide here. Bacillus subtilis is what the bacterium is, and it's a particular strain of Bacillus subtilis. Bacillus subtilis is used in a lot of other products as well. So if you're in the...
Sounds great.
Oh, we'll just try and get you to put on mute if you could, please. Anyway, Bacillus subtilis, if you're in the soybean, if you grow soybeans, you may have heard that term before. It's used in a couple of the soybean inoculants out there, and it has the same properties where it allows nutrient assimilation and has a plant health effect and that sort of thing. So same sort of thing with Minuet. It's got a pretty much a one use rate of 379 mils per acre. And if you were using Serenade soil, you'll know that the use rates were much higher, 3 times that with a range, but 3 times that. So much more concentrated. Comes in a 10-acre jug at that rate, 3.785 liters. And there's a little video here of it coming out of the jug, so you can see that it's pretty fluid. Growers have reported a lot less gunk, I guess, in the filters and that sort of thing. So any of the issues you would have had before, you can see there the jug is completely empty and clean. So kind of nice that way. So smaller, more concentrated, excellent mixing and handling characteristics, and overall user experience that is much improved. Skip along here. A couple of technical details. Apply greater than 5 gallons per acre. Use a nozzle size larger than 0.2 and a screen size of 50 mesh or coarser. It is OMRI or organic certified. So most of the product is actually used in conventional agriculture, but it is available to be used in organic production as well. So again, some of the features of the product, I guess, suppress diseases such as Fusarium, Phytophthora, Pythium, and Rhizoc. And while we aren't pulling all of the, well, we're going to pull some of the inventory for this has a best before date. So we are going to pull some of the inventory of Serenade soil, but it is still able to be used, whatever is in the field at the moment. But we are going to be transitioning to Minuet quite quickly. I won't read off all the crops on here, but you can see that the crops that it's registered on, the list is very long. And there's probably some on here in amongst the fruiting vegetables and legume vegetables that I don't have listed. But if you're wondering about a particular species, I can look that up. But a long list of available crops. Re-entry 4 hours, pre-harvest interval 0 days. So pretty safe product in that regard. Little visual here in terms of a tomato root after 5 days of application on the right. On the left is just a root in water with no Minuet, but on the right we've got Minuet treating a root here, and 5 days after, just a colored visual of the effect. You can see that the root has definitely been colonized. There's lots of action happening here, and the nutrient uptake is really starting to happen. So good little visual. few points of data. This is American data. We do have some trials that were done late or last year, I should say, in Quebec and Ontario that we just haven't quite assembled yet. But this is some US data from 2020, and basically shows in potatoes about a 6% marketable yield increase, not unlike what you would have seen with Serenade soil. Another point of data here in terms of tomatoes. So this one's Ontario from 2021. Same deal there, looking at about a 8% yield increase with it. So just quickly in a nutshell here, like in summary, Minuet promotes root colonization, nutrient assimilation, helps protect the plant from abiotic and biotic stresses, and has antifungal properties to it. So again, if you're familiar with Serenade soil, you'll be familiar with this product pretty quickly, and it just has a much easier use experience. On to Vallego. So Vallego, again, I mentioned off the hop, not new products, but a product that has had some changes to the label. We've added some crops, the MRLs, which is a bit of a, I think we talked late last year about this a little bit, but the MRL with US will be harmonized. So our MRLs, Canadian MRLs and US MRLs are harmonized, so that's good. The only hiccup, I guess, being that at the EU level, it'll default to a 0.01. We don't sell a lot of fruit into Europe, but it's worth mentioning, I guess, just that that is the case. So it's a joint registration that Bayer has in the US. Now, Bayer isn't selling Vallego in the US. They've out-licensed this product to FMC in the US, and they actually possess all the diamides in the US. So not clear right at the moment what they're going to do in the US with this product, but just so you know, as far as MRLs, Canada and the US are aligned. So just quickly, again, some of you may be familiar with this product already, but for those of you that aren't, it's tetraniliprole is the active ingredient. It's a group 28 diamide. So it's a good alternative product. It has a relatively low use rate. The crops applicable: tree nuts, grapes, palm fruits, stone fruits, fruiting and leafy vegetables, brassica, and potatoes. You see the list of insects there that it covers. Some of the key ones: Colorado's, flea beetles, corn borer, codling moth, oblique-banded leaf roller, oriental fruit moth. So some pretty key pests. So we're calling it a second generation diamide. So low use rates, low active ingredient applied. So as far as environmental load, we would consider this a pretty friendly product. Low risk to pollinators. So another beneficial aspect of this product as far as when spraying around trees and veggies. Yeah, that's it. As far as biological profile and key features, so it ceases the insect's activity upon contact. So it's not like it needs to continue feeding and then die. Essentially, upon contact, the insect dies. So that's a positive. It has some of the longest lasting residual of any insecticide that we've tested. So another positive there as well, hopefully preventing you from having to do multiple applications. It's an alternative to neonics. So as far as resistance management, it's another positive. In terms of rates, on this slide, we're talking about a mid and a high rate. I'll talk about a low rate a little bit later on, but this here, the 90 mil rate, which will get codling moth, OBLR, aphids, and peach twig borer. It'll get those at the mid rate, and then the high rate for our oriental fruit moth and primarily oriental fruit moth, that pest, and mullein bug as well. Suppression of mullein bug would be the high rate. So when you're at that high rate, you're looking at about $53 an acre. When you're at the mid rate, you're looking at about $39 an acre at SRP. So that's kind of where that comes in. Just a few points of data here. I won't spend a lot of time here, but just a few points of data on codling moth. So you can see versus some competitors, pretty good control there versus Alticore and XRL. Against Alticore for OBLR, same deal, excellent control. Fruiting moth, same thing. Just looking at some of the recent studies that we've done going back a few years, and apple sawfly. So some excellent numbers in terms of control. This is a little more technical, so forgive me. I'm gonna read a little bit, but I think there's some stuff worth going over here for apple growers. So apple growers using Calypso at petal fall should also tank mix something else in here for OBLR control. So one option is to use Vaego at 90 mils as a tank mix partner. That would get the OBLR. Another option would be to go to the high rate of Vaego at 120 mils if you feel you've got a high mullen bug pressure, in order to have two modes of action working against mullen bug, and then you'd also pick up the OBLR. Option number 3 would be to use Calypso and something else for OBLR, another mode of another chemistry at petal fall, then save the Vaego for about a week later when you're spraying for codling moth. So then you could save the use of Vaego at 90 mils per acre for codling moth. So that's those are 3 options for apple growers. Vaego can be used anytime in the summer as well, as they're targeting oriental fruit moth, codling moth, OBLR. That would all have a great fit. Another point of data here for grapes, just in terms of larval control. And I'll just skip to the next slide here to talk about larval control. The point, I guess, here on this slide is that Vaego is effective at any stage of some of these pests, but that we're really aiming towards that early larval stage to ensure the best bang for your buck, to make sure that you're not getting any feeding from those pests. A couple of technical points in terms of pre-harvest interval for palm and stone fruits and grapes. So you're looking at 7, 5, and 14 days respectively for those 3. And the number of applications, palm and stone fruits is 3 per season maximum, and grapes is 4. Minimum interval between applications is a week for all 3. A few more technical things. Rain fast 1 hour, which is great. Temperature doesn't seem to have a great big effect on it, so that's good too. Some flexibility there. We mentioned the long lasting. So like I said, of the insecticides we've tested, this provides the longest residual, and a re-entry interval of 12 hours. Comes in a 3-liter jug. And so I mentioned the mid and high rates. So that would be 25 and 33 acres in orchard and vineyards. So those would be the mid and high rates. Talked about the mid and high rate. Now the low rate. So primarily in potatoes, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, things like that. You're looking at catching Colorado potato beetle, European corn borer, flea beetle, that sort of thing. You'll see the pests listed here, and we could share this information if you're looking at any particular pests. But the low rate there, and you're looking at a touch of about $26.62 at that low rate of 60 mils an acre. Just a couple of other data points here in terms of using that low rate. Cabbage worm, diamondback moth, and this is 7 and 14 days after application. So very comparable control versus some leading competitors here. Red-headed flea beetle. So you're looking at protection against it. So high level of control versus the competitors. So again, some technical info as far as the low rate goes. Re-entry 12 hours on vegetables. Pre-harvest interval 1 day. Maximum applications 4. And minimum between applications 5 days. Timing anytime on leafy and brassicas, depending on when the insect is present. Fruiting vegetables 12 or more days before bloom. Do not apply when plants are in bloom. And sweet corn up to V15 or a week after tassels have fully emerged. So summary quickly, powerful second generation diamide, group 28. Excellent residual and performance. So we've seen that year in and year out for the last 3 years that we've been using this product. And as I mentioned throughout, there provides immediate cessation of feeding on these target pests. So low risk to pollinators and a low active ingredient load on the environment. So a very friendly product that way. Vellum Prime. So potato growers would be quite familiar with Vellum Prime, but we've expanded the label to include a list of other crops as well. So Vellum Prime, primarily a nematicide, but also has some fungicidal properties. So we'll talk about that as well. So again, plant or product overview, I should say. It is primarily a nematicide and also has some early blight, black dot, and powdery mildew suppression. So the ingredient is fluopyram, which many of you will be familiar if you know some of our other products like Luna Tea. It's one of the ingredients in Luna Tea. So obviously it was known to have fungicidal properties with that in mind, but came to be that it had also nematicidal properties. So became a pretty valuable nematicide in potatoes in the last couple of years, and it's that market is growing. But again, we're adding other crops to that list, and we'll talk about that as we go here. So how does it act on the nematodes? Image on the left is of a healthy nematode, kind of squiggly, looking like a worm a little bit all over the map. Whereas contacted by Vellum Prime, it essentially is paralyzed, looks like a straight needle, and to the point where it eventually dies and starves. So mentioned that potatoes being the key driver for this product, but that we're adding a whole bunch more crops. So garlic, strawberries, ginseng, which is not necessarily applicable to this group here, but brassica leafy vegetables, fruiting vegetables, cucurbit vegetables, palm and stone fruits, and cranberries. So some of them strictly for their nematode suppression, and some of them for different fungicidal properties as far as what's on their label. A long list of products or crops that it's available to be sprayed on. So just go through a little bit of each crop. So first of all, from a use rate, standard use rate you're looking at is about 200 mils per acre, I should say, and that is 20 acres per jug or 40 acres per case. So a pretty standard use rate there. In nematodes, with nematodes in tree fruit and raspberries, it's pretty well documented that you can see reduction in tree growth, shoot growth, and overall reduction in yield. So this can be an issue whether it's newly planted or established orchards. So that's kind of the where we're coming at this from. Palm and stone fruits. So we've noticed that this product can help increase yield, and it gives a broad spectrum nematicidal activity targeting soil dwelling root feeding nematodes. So ease of use, low rate, and helps in terms of nematode control and fungal pathogens as well. Just one little point of data that I'll bring up here in terms of apples, and we did a study in 2016 in terms of root lesion nematodes and found severe reduction with the use of Vellum Prime here. Does come with some best practices, so making the applications through micro sprinkler or drip irrigation systems. Soil surface should be pre-wetted for at least 30 minutes when applying. Best activity found when roots are trained by drip lines. In newly planted trees, first vellum application was made 2 weeks after planting in this in our cases. 2 applications per year maximum, and in tree fruit, applying vellum in May and June gives better performance than applications made in July. Switching to vegetables, so same sort of deal. We do know that there's a lot of hidden, I guess, damage that nematodes cause in vegetable production in a wide array of species. And it's kind of estimated that globally, up to 20% of annual tomato yield losses come from nematodes alone. So they do have a place, this product does have a place, I should say, in vegetable production. And the study we did here was, again, with tomatoes, and some of the other vegetables would apply here too. But in this study, notice quite a bit of a yield advantage using Vellum Prime versus untreated. So on the average, going from 58 to 54 tons per acre in terms of marketable yield. Another point of data here with root galls in cucumbers. So a reduction in the number of root knot nematodes and, oops, sorry. And also in terms of holding that back, holding that damage back in terms of days after application. In terms of best practices in vegetables, applications should be made through a micro sprinkler or drip irrigation system. Same as before, I talked about soil surfaces pre-wetted. That helps in the efficacy of the product. Most consistent data has been when vellum was applied through drip irrigation. We're looking at expanded uses in the future. That's it for those three products. Now, like I mentioned before, we've got a series here, and I'll go through these kind of quick in terms of product updates and label amendments. So the crying baby here is meant to be that when we're amending labels, more often than not, it's that they're getting more restrictive. So not always great news, but some of this stuff is minor, and it's worth mentioning. So Admire, certainly not a new product, something that has maybe declined in use over the years for sure. But with that comes some restrictions. So canceled uses of Admire in furrow applications on cabbage, broccoli, leafies, root and tuber vegetables, so potatoes, and tobacco. Also canceled use is soil drench application on brassica, leafy, and root and tuber vegetables. So that is in effect as of May 2023. There are a few crops that are retaining the soil application. Ginseng, again, not for this group, grapes for leaf hoppers, and potentially some application in herbs. There has been some amended uses in terms of applications per year. So this list here, potatoes, root and tuber vegetables, leafy greens, brassicas, legumes, fruiting vegetables, tobacco have all been reduced to 1 application per season. And strawberries, grapes, and tree nuts, herbs, and hops and Christmas trees, 2 applications. For strawberries, that's post bloom only. Grapes, again, now labeled for control of Japanese beetle, maximum of 2 applications. So those are the changes for Admire. Graham asked me to mention too, though, that there's still some opportunities to use Admire where it's still effective. It's a fairly inexpensive product, and just a few things to remember with it. It breaks down in the sunlight. It has a 7 to 10 day residual. It's not as strong on flea beetles, so if you're facing that, Viego indicis would be much better option at this point. And it should not be used as a foliar if neonics were used at planting. This is not a great story here, but Betamix. So we will be discontinuing Betamix, and the story here, Betamix being a herbicide used in sugar beets and strawberries. We were made aware that one of our suppliers of one of the key components in this formulation was being discontinued. So we had no real option to reproduce the product in a cost-effective manner. So that product will unfortunately be discontinued. We don't have any inventory available, although growers can still purchase what's in the retail channels at this point and use no problem. Calypso will be discontinued. Bayer made the decision to not go through the reevaluation process with PMRA. PMRA restrictions, when you have lots of modes of action in one group, are starting to get more restrictive on that. So we had to pull the registration on this. Unfortunately, we had already put our production forecast into place when we decided to discontinue. So when we asked PMRA if we could increase our production just this one last year, the answer was no. So anyway, it's being pulled from the market. It's the last year we're going to produce any and sell it. So it's still available for sale this year. Retailers can sell it again next year, although we won't be producing any. And farms can use it in 2025. So we are working on trying to fill that void with another mode of action. So stay tuned on that. Concept, which was our combination of Admire and Desis. Never a huge product for us in Canada, period. But what happened here was the label changes with Admire essentially limited its availability, or its applicability, I should say, in the market. So it could still be used on tomatoes, cole crops, blueberries, and soybeans if a grower had such a need. But yeah, it'll be no production or sale from us in 2023, but product on farm can still be used in a labeled fashion. Ethereal, this is not news. I think this was kind of gone through last year, but probably worth mentioning just because it was a label change at some point last year. Can no longer be used on apple trees unless they are non-bearing. And also the label indicates using a closed mixing and loading system. You got to remove the ethereal from its jug, rinse, dilute, transfer the ethereal through hoses and pipes that are all connected and coupled so that the mixture doesn't get exposed to the pesticide. They recommend wearing a respirator when spraying in an open cab tractor. And as far as daily exposure to this product, even in a cabbed ground boom equipment, shouldn't be exposed to more than 238 liters per day as far as how much usage any one operator should have. So those are the restrictions put on ethereal, but again, that was dating back to last year. Luna T application in grapes. There were some issues, I guess, in Europe with Luna Privilege, similar product used late in season in terms of resistance management, that sort of thing. So from a stewardship standpoint, Bayer decided to adjust the label on all Luna products so they'd only be used early in season. So Luna T, which is a quarter fluopyram and 3/4 scala, is to be used on grapes, not to be used on grapes past the lead shot. So we should try to have all product used when first blooms drop off. So that's the major label change in terms of Luna T on grapes. And one last one here, just quick, control of 2 spotted spider mites on green onions. So not a big one here, but another minor one. So that was quick. That was a lot, but anyway, that takes me to the end, and appreciate your attention. And again, I mentioned if there's some more pointed questions, I'll take them, but may have to get back to you with the more technical answer if there needs to be.
Thank you, Jason. I don't see any questions in the chat. And I'm not hearing anyone unmute themselves. So I think you are off the hook.
All right. Well, I thank you very much. Appreciate the time. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye now.
So that is it for today. I'm going to share my screen for anyone who needs or is collecting CCA points. And I will also mention that you should be getting an email to with a link to fill out for your receipts for your pesticide license for today as well. So make sure you take the time to fill those out. Tomorrow we are back starting at 8:45, 9 o'clock. And I think we are Hort focused in the morning and then field crops in the afternoon. And I think that is all the housekeeping items. If anyone has any issues scanning the barcode for CCA points, feel free to send us a message and we will get you sorted. So thanks everyone for joining today, and we will see you tomorrow morning.